Chapter 1030 Protect the Territory. Chapter 1030 Protect the Territory _ After he had entered the inside of the Life Star, Shiryan got to know Potion and Tool Pavilion style in using money. The space inside Life Star number 9 had almost been exploited. Besides the main hall, Shiryan felt like he had entered the world of blinking stars. This subterranean world had many wide stone roads leading to every corner. It also had many grand palaces. The parking area here was large enough to keep several hundred battleships. According to Bettina, this planet had been dug to thousands of meters below sea level. It had dozens of groups of palaces. Each group of palaces was protected with many complex structures of formations. Those palaces were divided into different areas that were specialized for refining pellets, forging tools, building battleships, storage of ingredients, or storages of divine crystals. This entire planet looked like a mighty fortress. Each palace had hundreds to thousands of warriors at different realms. Most of them had King God Realm or Original God Realm. The competence of Potion and Tool Pavilion could be seen from the inside of this planet. Underground, Life Star number 9 had 3 divine crystal mines. The unexploited divine crystals in those mines were the energy foundation of the defensive tricolor sea. A hexagonal mirror projected the 3 divine mines. Each mine was fulgent with piles of billions of top-quality divine crystals. At this moment, through the mirror, they could see the divine crystal mines radiating beautiful divine light. Streams of energy like rivers flowed up into the sky, supplementing energy for the tricolor sea. If the enemy didn't have crystal eaters of the Dark Shadow clan, they would have had to consume a lot of energy and effort to just bypass tricolor sea's defense. In the meantime, everybody was so solemn. No one could relax. In the mirror, the 3-colored energy sea in the sky was chewed off little by little. At this speed, within an hour, the defense they got up there would be destroyed. It was lucky that they had evacuated everyone to the inside of the planet. They still had the last defense. Otherwise, when the enemy grumblingly descended, the bloody battle would have taken place immediately. The outer layer of this Life Star was made of azure lava. Azure lava was an extremely tough stone material. It was the primary material of many battleships, which were fabricated with many types of rock. The azure lava layer of this planet was 300 meters thick. Even the energy artilleries of our Potion and Tool Pavilion can't break it easily. It's our natural defense, Bettina said with a serious face. There are 3 entrances to the subterranean world. Besides this lake, the other 2 entrances are heavily guarded. If they want to get down here, they have to attack the 3 entrances. Shiryan, Xia Exayan, and Feng Yan were listening to her. They didn't intervene. What we should do now is guard the 3 entrances. Bettina paused for a while and then looked at Xia Exayan and Feng Yan. Can your windstorm guard one of them? Xia Exayan smiled, nodded, and gave her a resolute answer. Not a problem. You just arrange it. Bettina sighed and said, 3,000 miles west stands an extinct volcano. The mouth of that volcano is one of the entrances. I leave it to you guys. Okay, replied Xia Exayan. You take this fantasy mirror. We can use it to transfer images onto this planet. You can contact me directly. I'll ask Fu Wei to take you there. Bettina pondered for a while and then continued, Feng Yan Mei Mei, when we find incipient God Realm experts, please help us. Feng Yan nodded quietly. Fu Wei, you take them to that entrance, Bettina advised. Fu Wei stood on a stone-paved road, which was 100 meters high and more than 1,000 meters wide. They didn't know how long or deep it stretched. The windstorm battleships were floating on that road, and they didn't need to squeeze in at all. It showed Potion and Tool Pavilion's efforts in building this place. Under her instruction, Shiryan, Feng Yan, and Xia Exayan got on a flying bird battleship of the windstorm. They slowly moved away on the stone-paved road. On the battleship, Fu Wei often glanced at Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan with her blue eyes, her complexion strange. Shi Yan had left and then returned with the outrage that he had almost killed people. He wanted to take Xia Xinyan away with him, and Xia Xinyan, with her high position in Fighting League, didn't hesitate to go with him even before making everything clear. This kind of absolute trust had surprised Fu Wei a lot. Until this moment, she knew Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan had a relationship which wasn't normal at all. Linking to Shi Yan's unusual commotion in the main hall, she could vaguely recognize something. She finally realized that Shi Yan went out of control, not because of Xia Xinyan's glamour. Their small joke didn't harm anyone. Then, their disheveled clothes after they got out of the secret room weren't caused by a battle. Fu Wei was a bit embarrassed, as she knew she misunderstood Shi Yan. However, when she realized the truth, she didn't want to apologize. Actually, she was pissed off. She thought that Shi Yan had deceived her, which made her indignant, and her attitude towards Shi Yan became not as warm as it used to be. How smart was Xia Xinyan? At first glance, she knew the woman's mind. Xia Xinyan then smiled gently, walking towards her. How are you related to Shi Yan? At this moment, Shi Yan was sitting quietly on the back of the dock. He stooped and closed his eyes as if he was preparing himself before the great battle. He was adjusting his energy and mind. He wanted to engage in this battle with his best condition. He didn't eavesdrop the two ladies' conversation. No, not related. Fu Wei was a little anxious when facing Xia Xinyan. She spoke strangely. We're just friends. He used to help me a lot. I appreciate his kindness. Besides that, nothing else. Is that so? Xia Xinyan smiled weakly. I can tell that you care about him a lot, right? I know his characteristics. He's flirty. He's not content with his lot. Has he ever teased you? Fu Wei was mild-mannered. She easily got shy. Listening to Xia Xinyan, she couldn't help but blush. She instinctively remembered the romantic moment when they drank passionate together. She remembered Shi Yan touching her body. She became flustered and didn't know how to answer her. Xia Xinyan smiled again, glancing at Shi Yan sitting quietly in the back. He didn't look tense before a great battle. She smiled and said he's heartless indeed. Don't think that he has a deep affection for you if he flirts with you. I understand him deeply. He often teases the beautiful women. Then he will throw you away like his old shoes. He won't miss you a bit. My advice to you, you'd better stay away from him. It's not going to give you anything good. You will have more sorrow. Fu Wei was baffled. She looked at Xia Xinyan. Pondering for a while, she asked, So has he ever flirted with you? Did he ditch you like his old shoes? Xia Xinyan was numb. She had a feeling that she just tied herself up by her own rope. Contemplating for a while, she smiled charmingly. It's different with us. I think you can see it too. He knows he might be killed this time, but still he came back for me. Yeah, you're a smart girl, so you know what it means, I suppose. Fu Wei had a bitter face. Of course, she wasn't a fool. She knew why Xia Xinyan said these things to her. She was protecting her territory. She didn't allow any other woman to trespass. I have nothing ambiguous with him. You're overthinking it. She pulled herself together, sighed, and then talked weakly. Xia Xinyan smiled and nodded. It's good then. Turning around, her bright eyes looked at the young man sitting quietly and solemnly behind. She cursed him under her breath, glaring at him maliciously. That bastard can't stay idle. When you were in Raging Flame Star area, I wasn't there, so you had the chance to mess around with 2 women. Now that I'm here, I will never let you do anything rash. Shi Yan suddenly opened his eyes as if he had felt her indignant look. Shi Yan was surprised. Looking at her for a while, he smiled brightly. He didn't look embarrassed at all. He made her smile and angry at the same time. Here we are. Shortly after, Fu Wei screamed quietly, looking up. 100 battleships of the Windstorm War Department were anchored by a spacious and luxurious palace, which was as big as dozens of football yards. It looked like a small-sized city. Above their heads was a brilliant mountain range. Rings of 5-colored light illuminated the mountain range. They linked together, and there were around 100 of them. Those light rings were crystal clear that they could see the overcast sky through them. They could even see the battleships of the Ghostmark clan and the Dark Shadow clan above the clouds. Those light curtains were apparently defensive barriers. They layered above their heads like waves with fierce energy, fluctuations. Yen got up, frowning and walking to Fuwei. Potion and Tool Pavilion is the superpower force of the star area. But you don't have incipient God Realm experts? Bettina and Jia Duo are at Ethereal God Realm. But if you got only the experts at their realm, how could you protect your welfare? Why did you ask this? Fu Wei seemed to not want to answer him. Yen was astounded. He looked at her deeply and then glanced at Xia Xanyan, who was smiling gently next to him. He suddenly got something. Of course, he saw that Xia Xanyan and Fu Wei had talked to each other. He also knew Xia Xanyan wasn't a plain woman. She was famous for her intelligence while they were still in Grace Mainland. After she had arrived in Agate Star area within a short period of 100 years, she had stepped on the peak of glory in Fighting League. Of course, he knew Xia Xanyan had a deep love for him. He understood her well. He knew that she had said something to Fu Wei, which had changed Fu Wei's attitude towards him. Glaring at Xia Xanyan, he didn't say anything. To him, Fu Wei was just a passenger who he met on his train of life. He didn't have any deep affection towards her. Thus, he wouldn't get mad at Xia Xanyan because of her. However, he was just curious. As Potion and Tool Pavilion was praised as the most mysterious and powerful force, if they said that they didn't have incipient God Realm experts to guard the shrine, he wouldn't believe it. Potion and Tool Pavilion has 3 incipient God Realm experts. Xia Xanyan could see his doubts, smiling and explaining. But all 3 of them are cultivating in seclusion. Unless Potion and Tool Pavilion encounters big troubles, they won't come out to deal with it. They won't participate in the internal competition between elders in the pavilion. The elders have to do things to get their power. However, the internal competition of Potion and Tool Pavilion is a big issue in the entire Agate Star area. It could get more forces from everywhere involved in this mess. For example, the Great Elder, Zwalu, can affect the Ghostmark clan. And I heard that the 3rd Elder has a good relationship with the Wood clan. Is that so? She looked at Fu Wei. Fu Wei nodded quietly. If 3rd Elder could contact them as soon as they know our situation, the Wood clan will send their hotshots to help us. However, I'm afraid that we can't count on the Wood clan. The tricolor C is torn off. Yen was always quiet. She hissed all of a sudden, her face solemn. Everybody faced the sky, their complexions changing. Chapter 1031, A Bloody Battle. Chapter 1031, A Bloody Battle, Undersur. Through the volcano mouth above their heads, they saw many battleships tear the sky to plunge into the atmosphere. Yen, Fu Wei, and Xia Xanyan looked through the slit in the sky, their countenances solemn. Yen suddenly remembered something, turning to face Fu Wei. Do the protective barriers up there use divine crystals as the source of energy? Fu Wei was bewildered. She opened the fantasy mirror, which showed her dozens of warriors in Potion and Tool Pavilion's uniforms. They were sitting neatly while waves of colorful lights rippled from their bodies. Those halos had many colors streaming together into many round crystals platforms. Fu Wei sighed and explained, Seems like 3rd Elder has a proper arrangement this time. We don't use divine crystals as the source of energy. She pointed at dozens of Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors, most of them at original God Realm or Ethereal God Realm. They're using the energy in their bodies to guide the barriers. That's how we prevent the crystal eaters. Shi Yan nodded, saying nothing more. After 15 minutes, dozens of ghost-marked battleships slowly emerged above the extinct volcano above their heads. The leader, surprisingly, was Du Lin. Du Lin frowned, watching the mouth of the extinct volcano. He said something to a dark shadow warrior. Then, they released around 10 crystal eaters. They crawled on the 5-colored barriers like spiders. They intended to chew off the energy of those barriers. Apparently, it didn't turn out as they had expected. The crystal eaters cried loudly while creeping on the barriers. They had tried, but they couldn't eat off any part of the energy of those barriers. The dark shadow warrior shook his head reluctantly, indicating that the crystal eaters couldn't do anything this time. Du Lin frowned, thinking. He then ordered something. Right after that, their battleships started to fire scorching lightning dragons, bombarding the barriers. Their explosive energy impacted the light curtains. Tui! Through the mirror, Fu Wei saw that the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion shook hard, their faces pale. They were using energy in their bodies to support the protective light. Du Lin's battleships used divine crystals to generate dozens of lightning strikes that struck the barriers. This formidable impact had almost burst off the volcano, sending electric sparks everywhere. Fu Wei looked at Du Lin appear above her head. She sighed, her face grim. This Du Lin is the hotshot of the Ghostmark clan's current generation. Great elders Will Lu favors him a lot. Indeed, he's not an ordinary person. Feng Yan gazed at Du Lin, talking darkly. Xia Xian Yan smiled, glancing at Shi Yan next to her, her face nonchalant. Third sky of ethereal god realm, a whole realm higher than yours. Later when they barge in, you shouldn't storm over passionately. Shi Yan was surprised, rubbing his nose but not retorting. An incipient god realm expert is coming. Feng Yan was startled, knitting her brows. She sensed quietly for a while talking. Not only one, two. They're heading to 2 different entrances. They seem to understand the defensive structure of Life Star number 9 thoroughly, don't they? Shi Yan looked at Fu Wei. Fu Wei beamed a forced smile. Great Elder knows all the life stars of Potion and Tool Pavilion like the back of his hand. If this is planned by him, it's not a surprise that they know the entrances. Precursor Feng Yan, Shi Yan, let's talk in private. As Xia Xian Yan heard 2 incipient God Realm experts were coming, she became stern, talking immediately. Fu Wei was surprised. She proactively walked to another battleship of the Windstorm War Department. She expressed that she didn't want to eavesdrop. Precursor Feng Yan, if Potion and Tool Pavilion can't resist, you will evacuate us. Xia Xian Yan took a deep breath, talking determinedly. They must be aiming only at Potion and Tool Pavilion. Although our Windstorm War Department has a good relationship with them, we aren't going to sell our lives to them. I think the enemy doesn't know that you're here. The moment we can't resist anymore, we should find a chance to get away. Don't get too involved and end up dying here with Potion and Tool Pavilion's people. Feng Yan chuckled, nodded, and then said, Don't worry. I've spent 1,000 years to reach incipient God Realm. I don't think I will get myself deep in this mess. How about you? Xia Xian Yan teased. Would you risk your life fighting with the others for Fu Wei? Shi Yan was bewildered. I initially wanted to take you away. I'm not interested in the internal war of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Pausing for a while, he added, Anyway, I like to watch bloody battles. I'm not hurried to leave. To me, my realm would have a better chance to advance in the most brutal areas. I will check the situation first. He had vaguely disclosed the secret of his devouring power, Upanishad, to Xia Xian Yan. He didn't say it too clearly, but Xia Xian Yan knew more or less. Listening to him, she said, Then you should behave. Don't kill yourself. I will notify you. With Precursor Feng Yan and our windstorm, we have a big chance to break the blockade and get away from this battle. She was confident enough. Shi Yan smiled. Don't worry. I actually love my life. Even if you don't want to leave, I will drag you away. Well, since you're weaker than me, tell me if you feel shame getting dragged away like that? Xia Xian Yan grinned. Oh, then I can save my energy, Shi Yan laughed. While the strong enemy was about to attack them, Shi Yan and Xia Xian Yan were both placid. They didn't fluster, as they still had the mood to tease each other. Feng Yan observed them quietly and didn't say anything. However, she often checked Shi Yan, her eyes showing a gleam of disdain. She knew Xia Xian Yan's real identity. She knew about the blood bond between Xia Xian Yan's previous life and the hegemon of Fighting Union. Through her time in Fighting League, Xia Xian Yan had won battles all across Shadow, Ghostly Prison. She had proven her wise and prescient talents. Also, her terrific advancement progress had gained her the approval from the senior management level of the Fighting League. Many young, talented, and handsome men in Fighting League had competed for Xia Xian Yan's heart. She had so many admirers, and the number of her perfect matches weren't small. However, Feng Yan had never seen Xia Xian Yan give her good face to any young man. Besides cultivating and fighting, she had no signal of living together with any male peer. She kept herself pure. Many people rumored maliciously that she didn't like men and that she had problems with her sexual orientation. But today, Feng Yan found Xia Xian Yan putting down her intimidation after meeting Shi Yan. Now, she looked like a little girl falling in love. This kind of affection exposed from the heart had surprised Feng Yan a lot. What did a man at only original God realm have to make the daughter of God of the Fighting League behave strangely like that? Feng Yan looked at Shi Yan discreetly. She was confused and she couldn't get over it. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion echoed. The ghost-marked clan's battleships above their heads gushed out fiery lights, striking continually. Through the fantasy mirror Fu Wei had opened, Shi Yan could see dozens of Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors unable to endure for longer. 2 original God Realm experts among the group had already vomited blood. Their bodies cracked, bleeding badly. Their eyes were empty as their lives were taken away. Apparently, they were struck to death. The area projected in the fantasy mirror seemed not far from him. Seconds later, 2 flows of essence qi from the death came to him, entering his acupuncture points. He was baffled, but a discreet joy replaced that surprise shortly. You guys can't resist any longer, Xia Xian Yan waved at Fu Wei, talking to her when she approached. I think you should lift up the barriers, or else your soldiers will die in vain. They use divine crystals as the energy to attack you, while you use the warriors' flesh bodies to resist. You guys will lose, apparently. Compared to that, it's much better to battle once. Perhaps you can save more lives. Xia Xian Yan had been used to planning and making strategies for years. She developed keen eyes, and her plan didn't have a flaw. She had soon seen the consequence. Fu Wei sighed. She knew that they wouldn't get anything from such a sacrifice. She nodded, took out a soundstone, and sent out her new order. Inside the fantasy mirrors, all the sitting warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion stood up quietly. They dodged through a door with pale faces. Shi Yan looked at the sky. He saw doors appeared in the tunnel through the mouth of the volcano. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion he had seen in the mirror walked out of those doors. There were several hundred of them. People who came last guarded the doors before they left. They were all alert, looking at the mouth of the volcano with stern countenances. Layers of barriers in the tunnel slowly disappeared. The obstacles shielded the extinct volcano was clear. Ding, 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 ding. The sound stone in Fu Wei's hand resounded hurriedly. Fu Wei held it close to her ear. She paled, talking. Precursor Feng Yan, please. Please come to help the other two entrances. Uncle Duo can't take it any longer. The incipient God Realm experts also joined in attacking us. Feng Yen frowned. She didn't agree immediately but looked at Xia Xinyan. Xia Xinyan pondered and then nodded. She muttered, "If you can't deal with it, please return. I'm here. This place shouldn't be in much danger." Feng Yen nodded, talking to Fu Wei. "Lead me." Fu Wei called a potion and tool pavilion guard from the stone door in the tunnel. He plunged down, landing by her. She advised him in a rush. "Take this precursor to the entrance, where Elder Jia Duo guards. Quick!" The man didn't say anything, flying towards the open, stone-paved at max speed. Feng Yen floated slowly like a willow catkin. She followed him very quickly. She caught up with that warrior comfortably, as if she could have traveled billions of miles in just a blink. "Send one group in." Du Lin hovered above the volcano. His harsh voice wasn't blocked anymore. Fu Wei, Xia Xinyan, and Shi Yan could hear him clearly. Per his order, a group of 100 Ghost Mark clansmen descended. All of them were at original God Realm. They violently plunged into the mouth of the extinct volcano, their momentum like a rainbow. With different powers Upanishads, the light of energy from secret treasures poured down like waves as if they wanted to blow off the tunnel. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion had waited for them for a long time. They jumped off from the caves in the tunnel, storming towards them and releasing their powers Upanishads. In the canal that wasn't large, the bloodiest battle was about to take place. Chapter 1032. That Blood Shield Again. Chapter 1032. That Blood Shield Again. The battle spread like a red fire with the most brutal methods. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and Ghostmark clan became meatballs under Shi Yan and Fu Wei's team after they were killed. Lightning strikes, flames, gusts of wind, sleets, and flowing water weaved with each other in this narrow space above their heads. This kind of specific beauty of the battle had frightened people. Shi Yan quietly looked at the sky, his face reddening unhealthily. Pores all over his body opened while he shuddered from time to time. Within that short moment, more than 20 warriors were killed. Their essence chi gushed like water that poured forcefully into his acupuncture points. At this moment, his acupuncture points were swelling. This was a peculiar magical feeling he had when his energy brimmed. The battle against Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Ghostmark clan was like a bloody feast to Shi Yan. It appeared like a beautiful picture in his sea of consciousness. All of a sudden, his soul altar started to move as his death power Upanishad was expanding uncontrollably. His eyes suddenly brightened like diamonds. He seemed to be able to see the life magnetic fields of those Ghost Mark warriors and Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards. He could see it clearly as if he could see through their skulls and soul altars to take in their life foundation. While fighting, the warriors would have their vitality surge the most. In Shi Yan's eyes, their life magnetic fields were like fantastic fireworks that were constantly changing marvelously. However, when they died, their life magnetic fields ceased like rapidly withering flowers. Shi Yan could see the subtle signs when their life signals disappeared. He was struck. In his eyes, there was no human body. There was only a life magnetic field that was ever-changing. Those life magnetic fields changed from vigorous life to death in just a blink of an eye. He felt like he was watching blooming flowers die, which was beautiful and yet strange. He seemed to be in a magical condition where his soul had escaped his body. His mind changed continually as he lifted his head and watched the sky to see the life magnetic fields change from a healthy condition to no longer existing. That glimpse of beauty flashed, giving him some touching emotions. He sank into it. His soul sublimated while his soul altar vibrated magically. His death and life power stirred up, reflecting those beautiful moments of life and death in his heart. He comprehended quietly. Not long after that, his soul altar started to revolve fast. His death and life power Upanishad seemed to sublimate. A kind of cognition related to death and life multiplied, filling his heart's chambers and giving him a deeper understanding of death and life. His sea of consciousness began to seethe and expand. The essence chi ancient tree in his body grew. Its crystal branches extended upward. The vortex in his lower abdomen slowly moved, creating a fierce suction force. It felt like a bucket of water was poured on his head. He shook, waking up from the miraculous intent domain. He was so baffled. He looked up in the sky and couldn't help but shiver. Ethereal God realm. At this strangely perilous moment, he had used death and life to break through to ethereal God realm, entering a whole new realm. Boom! The body of a potion and tool pavilion's guard fell under his feet, which looked terribly bloody. His life was taken, his eyes begrudgingly desperate. His life magnetic field vanished little by little and became nothing. Retreat! At this moment, Du Lin gave a low shout from the volcano's mouth. Warriors of the Dark Shadow clan, who were soaked in blood, flew up to the mountain's mouth with ferocious faces. Du Lin took a deep breath. A lightning strike appeared in his hand, which started to release thunderbolts. That spear moved like a rainbow, grumblingly descending together with the thunderclaps. The warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion who still stayed in the channel got hit. Their auras vanished instantaneously. Around 10 more warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion had died tragically under the Thunder God Spear by Du Lin. Du Lin looked cold, his face faint and arrogant. The Thunder God Spear weaved divine lightning that was striking the sky. Another pressing attack was made. Fu Wei paled. She hurried to mobilize her mysterious, heavenly glacier. However, she was one beat slower. A magical energy wave rose from Xia Xian Yen like a water curtain. Her time power Upanishad was urged. The breakneck darting spear slowed down. Time moved slowly. Everybody's attacks were held several times slower. Xia Xian Yen frowned, still using her time power Upanishad to resist the Thunder God Spear by Du Lin. She was a little pale, as if it was strenuous for her to parry Du Lin, an expert at third sky of ethereal god realm with his original, incipient, grade divine weapon. It was over her endurance. Du Lin continued to pour more energy into his Thunder God Spear. However, his spear couldn't move faster. It was sluggish like a snail to the point that it could crack up people's nerves. Although it was slow, the Thunder God Spear was still inching forward. As Xia Xian Yen was using her time power, her energy was consumed rapidly. She looked paler, which hurt Shi Yan. Frowning, Shi Yan slowly inhaled. He was so surprised to find that Simply Move had become so strenuous at this moment. It seemed like his god body was bound by time and he couldn't move freely. Sluggishly looking at Xia Xian Yen, who was also staring at him, Shi Yan hallucinated that his cognition was also affected. His reflexes had become numerous times slower than in the past. Space Power Upanishad and Time Power Upanishad were indeed marvelously extraordinary powers of this world. Gritting his teeth, Shi Yan shouted. His voices shot away with space power, forcefully tearing the confinement of time. A blood column appeared right in front of Thunder God Spear. It was small at first. Gradually, the blood light expanded, turning into a blood shield with a strangely evil blood mark. A terrifying aura covered the entire channel. Swoosh! Xia Xian Yen bent her waist. She sat down all of a sudden, her eyes tired. Boom! The Thunder God Spear landed, but it couldn't thrust deep into the channel. It couldn't hurt any warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm War Department. The blood shield stopped the spear. It acted as the toughest barrier shielding that sharp attack. History was repeating itself. The tip of Thunder God's spear drilled fiercely, but the blood shield stood still. The blood mark glowed, sparkling in the malicious light. It collected the death aura of the surrounding warriors. Blood light expanded like raging flames from the shield. With its sinister aura, it flooded every corner. Du Lin put on a cold face. He perplexedly looked down with fear in his eyes, which was barely recognizable. He pondered for a while and then took a deep breath. While his thoughts flickered, he wanted to retrieve the spear and carry out his other plan. "Break!" Shi Yan roared, his terrifying voice shaking and tearing the sky. The mark on the giant blood shield sent out earth-shaking energy waves, which didn't resonate. However, the energy it stored was enough to break the entire world. The Thunder God Spear that Du Lin was controlling couldn't get rid of the constraint. With exploding blood sparks, the spear cried loudly, springing constantly. It seemed to get hit terribly. The Thunder God Spear sounded like it was cracking, which was clear and loud like a human skeleton that forcefully broke. Du Lin reddened unhealthily. He felt a bit of sweetness as he had almost vomited blood. He was so frightened. He gathered the energy in his entire body, sending it to the sea of consciousness. He sent the soul consciousness to guide his energy the second time. The Thunder God Spear trembled. Eventually, it turned into a lightning strike, returning to Du Lin's palm from the blood shield. Du Lin sighed discreetly. He looked down through the volcano's mouth. He didn't dare to act rashly. He had a grimace as he was trying to confirm something. Inside the extinct volcano on the spacious ground, Fu Wei was perplexed, looking at the gigantic blood shield in the sky. After a while, her neck craned as she moved, looking at Shi Yan. Shi Yan's eyes were red like an enraged, brutal dragon. His murderous aura was so thick that he wanted to tear the sky. That murderous, malicious aura matched with that of the blood shield. When he looked at the shield, his breathing and heartbeat seemed to match that blood shield unconsciously. Fu Wei suddenly understood. She looked at Shi Yan, her face complex. She couldn't help but let out an inaudible sigh. Last time, it was also this blood shield that came to help her resist Du Lin's Thunder God Spear. However, Shi Yan had hidden his deed. He didn't burst out angrily because of her. Today, the blood shield appeared the second time. It wasn't because of her, but the woman standing next to her. This time, he didn't hide and stood upright. He was so angry that his hair even rose. He had even harmed Du Lin's Thunder God Spear. Fu Wei felt so bitter. From 2 times he used the blood shield, she was sensitive enough to see that her position in Shi Yan's heart was much smaller than the woman next to her. For Xia Xianyan, Shi Yan didn't bother to hide his identity. He wasn't afraid to expose his biggest secret. He had even resisted the force he couldn't compare to. He had endured the backlash to make Du Lin pay a big price, because Du Lin had hurt the woman standing next to her. Although Xia Xianyan was pale, she was in high spirits. She was baffled as she looked at the blood shield above her head and Shi Yan with his ferocious face standing next to her. She smiled gently. It was a satisfaction that came from the bottom of her soul, making her relax and refreshed. She thought it was enough to have a man who got mad and took risks for her. Shi Yan panted, his eyes garnet. He looked up to see the battleships of the Ghost Mark clan with a clear gleam of wildness in his eyes. He caressed the blood vein ring. A blood-red broadsword appeared. He waved his hand, and the giant blood shield fell in front of him. Holding the shield in one hand while the other hand grabbed the blood sword, Shi Yan had an extremely earth-shaking aura, as if he could kill anybody in this world. He looked like a god of slaughter hovering in the sea of blood. Chapter 1033. I can deal with him. Chapter 1033. I can deal with him. Answer. Du Lin's hand tightened around the Thunder God Spear, his green veins bulging. He had a strange white light flash in his eyes as he looked extremely stern. The Thunder God Spear whistled oddly, as if someone was whining and wailing. Electric light dots sparked from the tip of the spear. Looking at it, people didn't know whether that divine weapon was excited or worried. Stooping, Du Lin's eyes pierced through the volcano mouth, gazing at the young man who immersed in extreme wildness. He had finally identified the master of the blood shield. It was totally different from what he had imagined. After the first time he was defeated and had run away, he had thought a lot to confirm the information. However, he assumed that the master of that giant blood shield should have incipient god realm cultivation base, or his cultivation base a peak of ethereal god realm, at least. However, it was evident that the young man down there had just crossed the threshold of incipient god realm. He hadn't even solved the challenge of having the ethereal extent yet. However, that man had parried his thunder attack twice, and he was just at third sky of original god realm the first time he defeated him. Du Lin suddenly felt dispirited, a feeling that he shouldn't have at this moment. He was the new hope of the Crocs this generation. He was the captain of the Mad Shark fleet. He was still young, but he had reached peak of ethereal god realm. With the elite force of the Ghostmark clan and the Thunder God Spear, Agate Star area was vast, but it didn't have many people who could be his rivals in his eyes. Today, watching the young man down there, Du Lin put on a complicated face. He suddenly knew that his achievement wasn't at the top of this universe when he had encountered a man who had suppressed him twice with a lower realm. The first time, that man had even made him helter-skelter run away. And Du Lin now had an unrecognizable evil barrier in his soul. He suddenly sent power to the hand that was holding the Thunder God Spear. Dazzling lightning strikes projected from his fingers curled around the spear. The spear also had some harsh explosions. Waiting by Du Lin were thousands of Ghostmark warriors, standing by for his order with fierce countenances. They were accumulating energy, ready to strike. You've broken through to the new realm. Inside the extinct volcano, Xia Xianyan's eyes sparkled as she was happy. She couldn't help but scream. Xia Xianyan's gentle scream had awakened Fu Wei, the one who was still confused. She looked at Shi Yan and was shaken. Her charming face revealed her sudden and disbelieving joy. Fu Wei knew before this battle, Shi Yan had had only third sky of original God realm. However, after just 1 hour, right in the battle site of a fierce fight he had advanced. He had broken through in such a dangerous situation. What kind of talents and foundation did he have? Light in Fu Wei's blue eyes rippled strangely. She couldn't control the vibe in her mind as she was discreetly excited. Yeah, I've just advanced to the new realm, replied Shi Yan, his garnet eyes showing his eternal fighting will. He didn't look at the two women. His bloody gaze was fixed on Du Lin. Are you all right? Xia Xianyan smiled, shaking her head. I'm fine. Although Du Lin has tried to use his sharp divine weapon, he couldn't actually hurt me. Don't worry if we have to fight to the death. I think I'm not weaker than him. Xia Xianyan looked arrogant. She had been fighting for 100 years in shadow, ghostly prison. She got used to fighting decisive battles. She had no fear of any kind of challenge. This situation couldn't give her much of a threat. Du Lin, I can deal with him, Shi Yan suddenly whispered. Xia Xianyan and Fu Wei stiffened their faces. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and Windstorm War Department looked shocked. They had gleams of unrecognizable joy. Many people were confused. They had doubts. No kidding. Xia Xianyan was baffled. She reacted shortly, frowning and whispering. Du Lin is at peak of ethereal god realm. You've just broken through to ethereal god realm. Was it strenuous for you to parry his previous attack? Fu Wei shook her head, her face odd. He had just reached ethereal god realm, and he hadn't formed the ethereal extent yet. Now he dared to talk arrogantly. Even though Fu Wei highly evaluated him, she didn't really believe him. Kidding. Shi Yan said, his voice calm and husky. I won't kid in any battle. Shortly after he had finished, a blood light column soared up. The red light was like viscous blood with a thick, gross smell and death's energy fluctuation. It shot up right into the sky. Boom! A flow of earth-shaking energy erupted from Shi Yan's god body. The tide of energy twirled like a tornado destroying the world. Nearby Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors were rolling up with that tornado. At the mouth of the extinct volcano, Du Lin held the Thunder God Spear in his hand, his eyes focused and his mouth cold and harsh. The Thunder God Spear in his hand turned into an electric dragon, which looked like it was formed by billions of lightning strikes. It was ready to resist that bloodlight column. Boom! 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 The canal that led to inside the extinct mountain had to bear a formidable attack as if someone wanted to eliminate it. The green stone wall sounded like exploding popcorn. Flames sparked as if they were the results of the energy impact. The blood-red light shot up into the sky. At the mountain's mouth, it turned into billions of blood-silky threads, tying the electric dragon. Lightning strikes and red light beams weaved in the sky. The narrow space of the mountain's mouth seemed to turn into a dazzlingly brilliant sea of light. The power of the energy attack had almost exploded the volcano. Shi Yan suddenly rose his hand with the shield. The blood mark on the shield bloomed like a flower, which then stopped all the energy sparks from falling. The sword in his other hand had garnet eyes opened. A brutal, sinister aura filled the whole place. Negative emotions included fear, desperation, bloodthirstiness, and extreme evil expanded like a seething sea, giving the blood threads above his heads more evil power. Shi Yan was standing on the ground inside the volcano while Du Lin was hovering above the mountain's mouth. The volcano canal had billions of electric beams and sparks of flames. The sprinkle of energy light dots and flames was stopped by the massive blood shield. None of the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion or Windstorm was harmed. However, the energy sparks sent up into the sky had attacked many Ghost Mark warriors. They instinctively dodged them. In the dazzling energy attack, they couldn't see Shi Yan and Du Lin anymore as the light dots had blinded them. Their eyes now reflected a whole world of light that made them unable to recognize the real world. Slowly, the energy fluctuation calmed down. The light dots inside the stone canal all disappeared. The real world emerged again. Shi Yan breathed heavily, his eyes garnet. The clothes on his body were shattered, revealing his lean muscles like rocks. His muscles' robust energy could be compared to the intensity of the great warriors of the Monster Clan or Demon Clan. This kind of torrential, flooding energy in his flesh had shaken people's souls. Many female warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm watched him with big admiration and hard eyes. They didn't even blink as their eyes lingered on the hard contours of his body. These kinds of perfect lines and explosive energy could stir up hidden desire from the bottom of those girls' hearts. Such beautiful outlines made them sink in affection. Electric flashes crept over the sky. Du Lin gathered thunderbolts in both of his hands, his face dark and cold. However, he couldn't hold it, shaking lightly. Warriors of the Ghostmark clan looked fearful as they watched him disbelievingly. In this tough energy encounter, their leader hadn't gained the upper hand. This was beyond their common knowledge. A third sky of ethereal god realm expert couldn't suppress a warrior who had just entered ethereal god realm in energy fighting. What was going on? The rock canal exploded, creating dense cracks. Flames sparked, drawing lines in the rock wall. Two warriors, one in the sky and one on the ground, were watching each other. They held a deadly silence. After a while, Du Lin took a deep breath, his face strangely stern. Suddenly he shouted, "Who are you?" "Nobody!" Shi Yan grinned, his face bloodthirsty. The blood sword in his hand turned into a blood column, drilling into the sky. The moment the blood sword emerged from the mountain, People saw red eyes on the sword blinking and disappearing. In the next moment, images of ancient demogorgons flew out of the blood broadsword. They started to assault and massacre the Ghostmark warriors. Those demogorgons represented the negative emotions that included savagery, despair, resentment, fear, and bloodthirstiness. They came to this world like evil spirits. When they cried and began to hunt the Ghostmark warriors, those warriors had lost their minds, as if they had fallen into a fantasy world of the demogorgons. The negative desires hiding deep in their hearts were driven, sinking them into an extremely negative sea. While resisting the demogorgons, their wills collapsed gradually. The bloody shadows turned to ruthless and evil ancient demogorgons. The negative emotions of the big races in this universe congregated as if an extremely evil creature was about to be born. They didn't have a tangible body. However, their thoughts contained the evil energy. The demogorgon jumped into the bodies and the souls of the Ghostmark warriors, landing in their sea of consciousnesses and stirring them up. Once the ancient demogorgon got rid of their souls, the Ghostmark warriors' vitality was cut off, becoming a cold corpse. The ancient demogorgons that came from the broadsword were actually the blood eyes. The broadsword was like the most sinister and sharp weapon in this world, which made of negative emotions. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm faced up at the sky. They felt shockingly amazed when they eyed the young man with the blood shield. They were so excited. Many women gasped and screamed. Their beautiful eyes showed their passionate admiration. They hated they couldn't jump into Shurian's lap and offer him their bodies to show their appreciation. There were ethereal god realm experts among this group, and they didn't know why their sexual desire was so stirred up that they couldn't resist. Strange light rippled in Fu Wei's blue eyes. She didn't take her eyes away from him, even for a blink of an eye. Her full lips thinned as her emotions surged like turbulent water. She had some vibes, and she couldn't help it. At this moment, Shurian's clothes were just rags, and his torso was naked. He had an unknown, deadly charisma to members of the opposite sex, making him a black hole that attracting everything. He was swallowing their love and lustful desires like a flame that consumed the moths. Xia Xianyan's brows stretched. She smiled tenderly as she was naturally proud. That was my man. He belongs with me. Only me. She couldn't help but nod inwardly. Her dimples appeared like flowers. The lake of her inner world now had the deepest carvings that would never fade or vanish. Chapter 1034. A Delighted Fight. Chapter 1034. A Delighted Fight. The Lake in Life, star number 9. The battleships of the Dark Shadow clan hovered quietly by the horizon. Leader Cocker had an earthy, yellow, ethereal extent above his head which had continuous ranges of imposing mountains. Cocker frowned. He placed his hand on his forehead, mobilizing his power Upanishad. Rumble, rumble. The mountain ranges on the surface of the planet shook terrifyingly. Under Cocker's earth power Upanishad, mountains started to grow from the ground. Then they flew up. From hundreds of miles away, the imposing mountains fell grumblingly on the crystal-clear lake. The lake bubbled and glistened. The lake turned into a mirror with the subtle power of space. The mountains grumblingly descended, quietly disappearing into the lake. However, they couldn't make a ripple. Cocker knitted his brows tightly. He was pissed off. He cursed. Those who use space power Upanishad are so annoying. He continued to revolve his soul altar. The mountain ranges in his ethereal extent started to shake. At the same time, the earth ground of life, star number 9, also sounded and shook continually. From a further distance, 3 more 1,000-meter-tall mountains flew over. When they reached the lake, they exploded and turned into a shower of rocks, falling dangerously into the lake. The space power, Upanishad, changed again. The surface of the lake now had many dim and deep space slits which could have contained anything. The thick rain of rocks was swallowed into the chaotic current of a space basin, leaving no single chip. However, while the space slits twisted and changed, it did have some unrecognizable pauses, and those thick space slits couldn't close as fast as it did previously. Cocker suddenly smiled. He sounded happy. Space power Upanishad is subtly magical indeed. Too bad you have only peak of ethereal god realm cultivation base. Your excellence allows you to endure for such a long time. Under the water surface, many types of battleship were lining up in the main hall of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Jia Duo, the 10th elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, was standing on a battleship. His face paled, his body shaking. He even had some bleeding cuts on his face. He looked helter-skelter. He had resisted strenuously like this for quite a long time. However, just like what Cocker had said, he had only the peak of ethereal god realm cultivation base. With the space slits that led to outer space, he had resisted several waves of attack by Cocker. Although his space power was mysteriously mighty, he couldn't endure the pounding, imposing mountains forever. His face twitched. A deep cut appeared at his glabella that allowed people to vaguely see his brain through it. It was the sign of his overusing space energy. If it continued this, he couldn't stand for a long time. The space slit would tear his brain. His god body would be killed. The difference between incipient god realm and ethereal god realm was like the distance between the sky and earth. Although his power Upanishad was refined, their power was 100,000 miles different. He couldn't resist Cocker for a long time. This situation was also in his estimation. Jia Duo sighed, lifting his head to watch the fantasy mirror next to him. He used one finger to touch it. The mirror changed. First, it showed Bettina and the commotion there. It was also an extinct volcano canal. Bettina looked grim. Her sharp and bright eyes scanned through the mouth of the mountain to see Feng, Yen, and Hammer, the current chief of the Ghostmark clan, entangling each other like two revolving light balls. Beautifully exquisite light patterns emerged in that twisted area. Feng Yen was also at incipient god realm. Since their realms weren't very different, it wasn't very strenuous for her to fight against Hammer. Jia Duo took in that glimpse. He sighed and touched the mirror fantasy again. This time, it was with a more ponderous mood. He wanted to check Fu Wei. There were only 3 entrances leading to the underground area. He guarded one, Bettina took care of one, and the Windstorm War Department defended the last one. As soon as one of these 3 entrances was broken, their enemies would flood in violently. At that time, the most brutal fight would take place. He knew the force that the enemy had invested in this battle. 2 incipient God Realm experts, dozens of ethereal God Realm experts, more than 300 original God Realm experts, and several thousand King God Realm warriors. Once the enemy barged into this subterranean base, he knew it would be fatal to the force of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm War Department. They couldn't resist the 2 incipient God Realm experts, while the ethereal God Realm experts of the enemy had outnumbered them. Their defeat seemed destined for them right at the beginning of this bloody melody. Jia Duo was in a heavy mood. Looking at the fantasy mirror, he was shocked, his eyes disbelieving. Almost at the same time, Bettina seemed to have some premonition. She also checked the fantasy mirror on her side. Shortly after, she was perplexed. She shouted, "Impossible!" The 2 different fantasy mirrors projected the same situation. In the mirror, Shi Yen looked like a demogorgon had possessed his body. He stood in the stone canal holding the blood shield, his face wild and bloodthirsty. His body shot up the murderous aura into the sky. He was urging his energy. At the entrance to the mountain, the ancient demogorgons were hissing and screaming while slaughtering everywhere. They were killing the Ghostmark warriors fast and ruthlessly. Du Lin's eyes were icy cold. The thunder god's spear in his hand continually released earth-shaking thunderbolts, striking the stone tunnel. Inside the canal, Shi Yan held the shield, lifting his head and laughing evilly. The blood shield was ever-changing. It seemed to be able to gather all the evil things of this world as it dissolved all of Du Lin's attacks. During this process, the Ghost Mark warriors were still being slaughtered by the ancient Demogorgons. Their pathetic screeching was unceasing. In Ja Duo's and Bettina's eyes was the strange light of disbelief. They were looking at the two different fantasy mirrors, but they were watching the same scene. They became terrified. They recognized Du Lin. The new generation's outstanding warrior of the Croc family of the Ghost Mark clan who was holding the divine weapon Thunder God Spear was the elite warrior that was well known in the entire Agate Star area. He was the future chief of the Ghost Mark clan. Zwilu favored him very much. However, such an earth-shaking character couldn't suppress Shi Yan using his aura. He even suffered from the Shi Yan's evil deeds. He had hurt his own fellows. Ja Duo and Bettina were baffled. All of a sudden, they got themselves together. The blood shield. That blood shield. The two of them were utterly shocked. They immediately recalled what Fu Wei had asked them to search. They knew that this shield had saved Fu Wei. It was the thing that had forced Du Lin to retreat. That shield was in Shi Yan's hand now. Ja Duo and Bettina suddenly felt bitter. Looking at the demon man who was so fierce in the mirror, they knew for the first time that they were wrong. Completely wrong. They used to disdain Shi Yan as they thought that his realm was too low, that it wasn't worth mentioning. They thought that he wasn't a good match for Fu Wei and that he was just a pervert who dared to harass Xan Yan. He was just a jerk in a good shell. But now, Shi Yan's performance was like a hard slap on their faces, making their cheeks burning hot. It was a shame that they didn't have any guts to see people. Above the lake, Cocker suddenly furrowed his brows. He suddenly had a strange feeling as his eyes seemed to be able to look through the layers to reach Du Lin's. Du Lin has a strenuous battle. The Ghost Mark warriors were killed by the ancient Demogorgon as if they were the silkworms devouring mulberry leaves. Everything appeared in his eyes as if he was actually there, joining the battle. Cocker didn't have any feelings for the Ghost Mark clan. Seeing the Ghost Mark warriors being slaughtered, he was just a little bit curious. He was curious why Du Lin had fallen in such a helter-skelter situation. And more than that, he was curious about who could back Du Lin into the corner like that. His line of sight switched to the illusions of the Demogorgons. He frowned, using his soul to feel. After a while, Cocker seemed to remember something. A significant fear arose from deep in his eyes. He couldn't hold it. His body shook and he couldn't even talk. It looked like he was reacting to something really, really formidable. Something had shocked this first sky of incipient god realm, one of the leaders of the Dark Shadow clan, very much. Why? Why is it here? How could it be? Cocker looked like his soul had gone. He mumbled as if he had forgotten his mission in this operation. Abruptly, he left this entrance and dashed towards Du Lin. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. More electric beams bloomed on the massive blood shield. The electric flames sparked furiously, but the shield remained as if it was the toughest barrier in this world. Shi Yan's spirit, soul, and chi had reached the peak. Demon blood was burning inside him. The muscles of his entire body were like erupting volcanoes, gushing wild and powerful energy. God power rolled torrentially and unceasingly in his body. The acupuncture points of his entire body released negative energy. Energy from his nebula in his abdomen also gathered with the negative energy. The God power in his body and his star energy all burst out, bringing up the aura and energy of his when he had broken through to ethereal God realm. At this moment, his power had reached the summit of his life. In this third sky of rampage, he was cold and indifferent. He had only thoughts of brutal and straightforward killing. He would do whatever to release his deadly energy. He had used all of his lurking skills for the first time. It was also the first time he knew to what level of mightiness he could reach when releasing all kinds of energy at once. It was not a challenge of skipping one level. He had actually leaped 2 levels. He had used his power at first sky of ethereal god realm, which he had just entered recently, to resist a 3rd sky of ethereal god realm warrior's attack. However, he hadn't fallen into a lower hand situation yet. This fighting desire filled his body, which was full of energy. If he couldn't release this annoying feeling, he would eventually get very irritated. He hated that he couldn't shout at the sky to compete with earth and heaven. Shiryen, we shouldn't linger here. They have 2 incipient god realm experts. When the situation is favorable, we should stop. Suddenly, Xia Exanyen muttered to him. She didn't bother that Fu Wei was grimacing. She said naturally faintly, Dulin's troops have the weakest defense. It shouldn't be a problem for us to force a way out of here. You guys, Fu Wei paled, fumbling and screaming. However, she didn't know which excuse she could use to make them stay. Jia Duo and Bettina weren't close to Shiryen. He had no relationship with Potion and Tool Pavilion. He didn't have any responsibility that would make him risk his life for Potion and Tool Pavilion. The reason why he had stayed, even though he was aware of danger, wasn't that of Potion and Tool Pavilion. He stayed here for Xia Exanyen. Fu Wei understood it clearly. Seeing Shiryen transforming into an incredible demogorgon as if he was possessed, Fu Wei was joyful as if she had seen the dawn of hope. However, Xia Exanyen told him to leave. It was a heavy punch to her heart. She felt a strong pressure that suffocated her. We're not hurried. Shiryen shook his head when Fu Wei felt so desperate and helpless. His eyes were still blood red. I haven't released my brimming energy yet. To avoid the backfire, I should stay for a while to kill more, which would ease my condition. Shiryen's madly arrogant statement of killing was like God's words in Fu Wei's ears. It was like a mysterious but powerful fountain that gave a tonic to her soul, calming it down. Chapter 1035, The Perfect Shape. Chapter 1035, The Perfect Shape. The illusions of the big ancient demogorgons were still invading the bodies and the souls of the ghost mark warriors. Those ancient demogorgons were developed from the eyes of the blood sword. They seemed to have an extremely evil power. Once they killed a ghost mark warrior, they absorbed all the negative emotions before the warrior died, which boosted up the demogorgons. The extinct volcano's mouth was filled with essence chi of the dead. They rolled into energy streams, congregating in Yan's body. The acupuncture points in his entire body were brimming. He had a feeling that he wouldn't feel comfortable if he couldn't vent this energy out. He seemed to have an endless source of energy. If he didn't release it, his realm would be stuck and he would receive a backlash. A shout reached the sky. Shiryen, who was hiding underground, couldn't suppress his wild desire of slaughtering anymore. He stormed up into the sky, appearing right where the ghost mark warriors were gathered. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm War Department were shocked, but they were more joyful than upset. Fu Wei's soft body shivered. Her maiden heart was filled with excitement. She looked at Shiryen soaring. Her beautiful eyes were so mesmerizing. Xia Exanyen frowned. She smiled reluctantly and spoke to her subordinates. Get up there! The battleships sounded deafening. As ordered, they stormed out of the stone-paved road. They didn't hide underground anymore. Each of them soared up into the sky, appearing on the surface of this planet. Fu Wei was baffled for a while. She thought quickly and ordered her warriors, "Get up there!" Apparently, the situation here and the other 2 entrances were completely different. Du Lin at 3rd sky of ethereal god realm couldn't enter the ground. On the other hand, after Shiryen had burst off his energy, his side seemed to take the upper hand. Everybody knew what kind of advantage they could get when they pursued a retreating enemy. Fu Wei didn't want to hide anymore. She'd prepared to create the biggest loss to Du Lin in the shortest time. Warriors of the Windstorm and Potion and Tool Pavilion rocketed to the mouth of the extinct volcano. They immediately joined the battle against the Ghost Mark warriors. Holding the shield, Shi Yan had an imposing aura that he had never had before. He fought Du Lin alone. Slowly, he controlled his marvelous power to draw blood from the corpses floating around to create a viscous blood-soul sea. The beautiful red sea seemed to have its own consciousness as it aimed at the Ghost Mark warriors exclusively. Each of the Ghost Mark warriors dragged into the blood-soul sea would lose his mind. Instinctively, they would attack their buddies. His powers Upanishad switched. The shiny space blades curved around Du Lin, dragging a tail of brilliant light. Shi Yan smiled wildly. Tens of thousands of starlight dots congregated, creating starlight chains, which swept across the sky and tied up Du Lin. The more he fought, the stronger Shi Yan became. Du Lin at peak of ethereal god realm became helter-skelter in resisting Shi Yan's changing, powerful attacks. He seemed to be losing. The bloody broadsword had disappeared, leaving only the flying ancient demogorgons, which were slaughtering the Ghost Mark clansmen. Due to Shi Yan, the unidentified factor, the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and Windstorm War Department stirred up. They were boosted, which helped them suppress the invaders easily. The more Ghost Mark clansmen were massacred, the more essence chi of the dead gathered. Shi Yan's body enlarged. His huge body looked more imposing and intimidating with extreme energy twirling around him. As the Ghost Mark warriors died, Shi Yan's fighting competence increased unceasingly after he had absorbed more essence chi of the dead. His energy seemed to not have an upper limit. Gradually, Shi Yan's god body couldn't endure it anymore. His skin and flesh cracked. However, the immortal demon blood wasn't sent out. Each drop of demon blood lingered, sticking on his body like crystal blood. At this moment, he looked like a man made of blood. Vast starry sky, shoreless sea of star, endless star power. Sure, Yan made some magical hand seals as if he could connect to the high sky. Dim stars suddenly emerged in the dark sky. Starlight twinkled like fireflies. They slowly enlarged, shining beautifully. Billions of starlight dots fell from the dark, mysterious starry sky. They sprinkled heavily onto the planet as if Shi Yan could control them all. He seemed to hover in the brilliant galaxy and become the owner of the stars who could refine the starlight into whips that attacked Du Lin. Du Lin's ethereal extent was like a fountain of lightning and thunder. It contained thousands of thunderbolts, weaving in the unceasing thunderclaps. Lightning strikes flew out of the ethereal extent like dragons. They engaged, entangling with the starlight in the sky and hitting the space blades. They were facing evil willpower. Du Lin's power was consumed rapidly. His god body slowly got numb and exhausted. Shi Yan was at the opposite state. He was like a perfect war machine that never experienced tiredness. His energy didn't decrease, but instead rocketed steadily to infinity. Du Lin suddenly felt a chill in his heart. To this man who had stormed out all of a sudden, he had a feeling of being defeated. He had no mean or power to smash this man. Talking about divine weapons, Du Lin's Thunder God Spear couldn't break the blood shield. Talking about energy, he couldn't oppress the other. But as for the realm difference, his realm was higher than Shi Yan's. However, his enemy had 3 different powers of space, death and life, and star that could make up for his inadequate realm. This combined energy was enough to resist Du Lin. His unique advantages couldn't defeat Shi Yan in any aspects, which gave him a big headache. Seeing that the members that the Crocs had specially trained were dying nearby, Du Lin felt his heart bleeding. He thought it was the biggest mistake he had ever made in his entire life to voluntarily accept this mission. When the Ghostmark clan was at a disadvantage, a figure slowly appeared. It was a ferocious dark shadow man. His eyes were so cold and harsh. He didn't look at the ghost-marked clansmen being killed, or even at Du Lin, Fu Wei, and Xia Exanyan. His eyes switched between the illusions of the ancient demogorgons, as if he wanted to identify something. He was shocked when he saw Shi Yan holding the blood shield. His line of sight didn't move anymore. He mumbled something and then suddenly took action. 10 imposing mountains in the sky flew out as if someone had forcefully plucked them out with endless intimidation. The mountains were like heavenly drill bits grumblingly pressing on Shi Yan's head. It was the threatening pressure of incipient God realm experts covering the entire sky. People at lower realms couldn't help but gush out blood. They helter-skelter fell from the sky, the power in their bodies disordered, giving them hopeless distress. They even wanted to kneel down to worship. At incipient God realm, the warriors understood the nature of powers and primary rules of powers Upanishads, as if they could blend the earth and sky together. Those mountains were sharp weapons in his hands, which were able to break anything. Under such grumbling pressure, the warriors of the Ghost-Mark clan, Potion, and Tool Pavilion, and the Windstorm War Department were shaken, trying to get rid of the battle range. Everybody could see that the target of those mountains was only one person, Shi Yan. Xia Exanyan and Fu Wei couldn't help but shout. However, under such an earth-shaking threat, they didn't have the power to resist for even a short moment. Rumble, 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 rumble. The grand mountains fell like meteors. All hit Shi Yan. The ground cracked and collapsed inwardly into the ground. Shi Yan was pressed down, and people couldn't see his situation. This attack of an incipient God realm expert wasn't something that Du Lin's attack could compare to. In that glimpse, Shi Yan was pressed, but no one could see him. All the warriors engaging in this battle stopped and held their breath. They were baffled watching the expert of the Dark Shadow clan who had just come out from nowhere, their eyes cold. Xia Exanyan paled. She was so frightened. She stayed perplexed for a while before facing the sky and screaming. She was calling for something. From a place far from them, Feng Yan was battling with Hammer, chief of the Ghost-Mark clan. She changed her eyes and didn't say anything before leaving Hammer and flying away. Xia Exanyan looked crazy. Her resentful eyes gazed at the Dark Shadow clan expert who had just appeared. Her succulent red lips parted as she panted, her eyes chilled to the bone. Fu Wei's soft body shivered, her blue eyes fixed on the pile of mountains. A bitter and sour pain multiplied in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly recognized that Shi Yan had occupied a spot in her heart when she hadn't known. She couldn't recognize it previously, but now it became crystal clear. Boom! The mountains exploded. The blood shield reappeared. Inside the mist of crushed stones, a blood shadow soared up into the sky. His elbows, shoulders, and knees had savage sharp spikes. His chest, waist, and arms were covered with scales like armor. It looked harmonious with his god body, as if it was a shell generated by his energy. It was the perfect fighting shape, with an explosive power accompanied by the warrior's blood-red eyes and sinister aura. Cocker of the Dark Shadow clan was startled for a while. He observed the feature of another race, stinging his eyes. He muttered instinctively, "A clansman of the God clan." He paused for a while and then reacted, "No, it's not true. Not a member of the God clan. It's the Immortal Demon clan." "Sure. Shi Yan?" Xia Exanyan's beautiful eyes were disbelieving. She was baffled as she looked at the young man in his new skin. Although his body changed, his aura belonged to Shi Yan. As Fu Wei knew Shi Yan's relationship with Blood Devil, at first glance, she could react timely. Her bitter feeling was swept away instantly. Shi Yan stood upright in the sky. He gasped for his breath. Although his god body was bleeding, the ruby demon blood didn't fall off his body. Once a drop oozed out, it would solidify, stick on his skin, and create a hard shell to cover his entire body. Shi Yan's god body was damaged severely. His internal organs seemed displaced. Some vessels were broken together with some of his bones. Evidently, his situation wasn't good. He was hurt badly. However, he was from the Immortal Demon Clan, one of the clans with the toughest bodies in this world. He had just mobilized the peak power of his life, forcefully resisting Cocker's attack. Anyway, he wasn't killed. Standing there, Shi Yan could feel the mysterious energy gushing out of his acupuncture points. His body was healed as the god power boosted him further. He felt like his fighting capacity increased significantly. Looking at Cocker of the Dark Shadow Clan at incipient God Realm, Shi Yan didn't know why he was calm, and at the same time he had an endless fighting will. Chapter 1036, The Bloody Massacre. Chapter 1036, The Bloody Massacre. Underscore. Cocker of the Dark Shadow Clan grimaced. His piercing, brutal eyes gazed at Shi Yan with obvious murderous intention. He had never thought that he couldn't kill Shi Yan with his attacks. Yet Shi Yan was able to receive his attack and then reappear with a new form. It was an insult to an incipient god, realm warrior. Cocker didn't say anything. He just snorted and changed his ethereal extent. The floating mountains inside his ethereal extent condensed into 3 massive, earthy yellow beasts with impressive power of earth. Shortly after, they got rid of the constraint of the ethereal extent, storming toward Shi Yan with their inaudible screams. The 3 massive beasts were several thousand meters tall. They looked savage as they belonged to some kind of monster that had never existed in Agate Star area. The 3 earth-shaking forces aimed at Shi Yan's soul, covering his god body instantaneously. Nobody could see Shi Yan anymore. They could only see a turbulent, earthy, yellow world. Vaguely, the beasts were moving around like shaking mountains. Shi Yan's valiant roar was unceasing. Suddenly, Shi Yan's roar stopped. He reappeared between the 3 strange beasts in Cocker's ethereal extent. He had wounds all over his body, bones of his skeleton cracked. His face was covered with blood. As his opponent was at incipient god realm, his total power couldn't resist. However, at the moment when he felt like he was falling into a bottomless abyss, he saw something strange. In the next moment, he felt negative energy in his acupuncture points. His god power, the immortal demon blood, and star power seemed to have a way to all be unleashed. They burst out at the same time, congregating at the illusions of the ancient Demogorgon. In the void, dozens of illusions of the ancient Demogorgons slowly changed. They quickly merged together, an incomparable aura that could extinguish everything generated little by little. The illusions of the ancient Demogorgon merged into one body. In 3 seconds, it absorbed all of Shi Yan's energy and turned into one entity. Then it changed again and became a several hundred meters tall Demogorgon. The phantom of the ancient Demogorgon was like a reflection in the water. It wasn't so clear, but the pair of red eyes were like 2 bleeding suns, and the blood mark on its forehead was very eye-catching. Right when the phantom of the Demogorgon appeared in life, star number 9, Shi Yan was shocked. He lifted his head and looked at the vast void. Layers of barriers that blocked life, star number 9, became stable in just a blink of an eye. The broken space nodes, which were destroyed before, were restored at that moment. A flow of sinister, cold aura with the willpower of the devil came from an unknown area of this universe, pouring into that mountain-like body of the ancient Demogorgon. At that moment, the ancient Demogorgon had a world-shattering power, as if it was the fountain of everything in earth and heaven. It had even shaken life, star number 9. All the warriors at incipient god realm in the shadow, ghostly prison were shaken. Shi Yan lifted his head to look at the giant ancient Demogorgon. He suddenly had a feeling that the phantom of Demogorgon seemed to have a life. And at this moment, Shiryen had no bit of energy left in his body. While the ancient demogorgons were combining, they had drawn all of his energy as if it was to wake up some evil creature from a deep pitch in this universe, which then entered the body of the ancient demogorgon. At the moment the ancient demogorgon appeared in the void, a pair of massive hands like an iron anchor suddenly grabbed the void. The three strange beasts flying out of Cocker's ethereal extent were blown off, sending waves of earthy yellow halos and turning into nothingness. The ancient demogorgon stooped and sucked. The warriors of the Ghost Mark clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion and Windstorm War Department had their lives taken away. They became dead corpses in just a blink of an eye without a single beam of life energy left. Besides Xia Xianyan and Fu Wei, who gathered to protect Shiryen, all creatures' life energy was absorbed in that glimpse of time. They died tragically afterward, including Du Lin of the Croc family and several thousand warriors of the Ghost Mark clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Windstorm War Department. In that short moment, thousands of people died. They didn't have any bit of energy left. Cocker, the leader of the Dark Shadow clan, shivered. He had a significant fear in his eyes. He shouted as if he had encountered ghosts. Impossible! You were dead. He screamed as if he had mental problems. His soul altar flew away from his skull immediately as he was trying his best to escape. However, the ancient demogorgon that looked like a grand mountain extended both of its massive hands, squeezing Crocker's soul altar and ethereal extent respectively. Crack! Crack! Cocker's ethereal extent and soul altar were smashed, becoming countless beams of strange light and vanishing in earth and heaven. Cocker at incipient God realm had no way to resist that ancient demogorgon. He was killed instantly. The ancient demogorgon floated in the air. His line of sight seemed able to cross layers of distances. He extended one arm, reaching for the place where the battleships of the Dark Shadow clan were anchored. His arm just deliberately swirled, and all the battleships above the lake exploded like the most beautiful fireworks. All the members of the Dark Shadow clan were massacred. After he was done with all of these, the two blood eyes of the ancient demogorgon observed Shiryen underneath. He gazed at Shiryen and opened his mouth to say something inaudible. The incredible aura disappeared shortly after. The ancient demogorgon faded little by little. The will that came to this phantom from a deep place in the universe left when it vanished. However, that thought arose in Shiryen's brain as only he could listen to the demogorgon clearly. The Dark Shadow clan can guess your identity. Before you've reached incipient God realm, don't let yourself be exposed. Do your best. I came here through the infinite space. I can't stay for a long time. I can only do that for you. I'm trying to help the ring's spirit gather the last piece of its memory. After it has merged all its memories, you can know what mission you have to shoulder. As the ancient demogorgon's consciousness left, the phantom disappeared. Flash! The blood broadsword reappeared, falling by Shiryen. Come! Come! The blood sword landed by his feet. The garnet eyes were still open on the sword. Corpses were scattered around. Some floated in the void. Some lay on the ground. They had the same death. Their lives were taken away. Suddenly, a flow of dead chi seethed violently, which was much stronger than the raging sea. It poured from the sky and entered Shiryen's acupuncture points. It was the power of Cocker from the Dark Shadow clan after he was killed. It was the power of an incipient God realm expert. At this moment, Shiryen's energy, which had all been used up, was refilled sharply. He couldn't endure such a heavy flow, his body shivering. Standing next to him were the two women who were now looking at him as if they were looking at a ghost or a monster. Several thousand warriors of the Windstorm War Department, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Ghostmark clan were now just dead bodies. Du Lin was dead. The Thunder God spear of the Ghost Mark clan turned into a lightning strike and flew towards Hammer's general direction. Standing in between the corpses on the ground were 3 living people, 1 man and 2 women. Shi Yen sat quietly, his body shivering uncontrollably. He was taking in the essence, chi of Cocker, at incipient god realm. The energy of that man was more than the total energy he had absorbed from the others before. His acupuncture points were swelling and his negative feelings were arising. The space nodes were restored. The enemy's blockade to life, star number 9, was lifted at this moment. This battle was strenuous. But after the ancient Demogorgon appeared, everything turned upside down. Incipient god realm Cocker of Dark Shadow clan and many of his fellows were killed shortly after. The Mad Shark fleet of the Ghostmark clan and its Captain Du Lin were slaughtered. Now it was only Hammer's force that remained. Bastard! Suddenly, Xia Xianyan scolded, looking at the dead bodies of her subordinates on the ground. She was so mad that it seemed like she could storm over and hit Shi Yen hard. My people are all dead. Fu Wei paled, looking at Shi Yen. She didn't know whether she hit him or not. You also killed all the warriors of our potion and tool pavilion. What just happened? Xia Xianyan and Fu Wei woke up from their deep fear. They couldn't help but shout as rage flooded their heads, their bodies shivering. Shi Yen tried to open his eyes. He pondered and then made a cut in the void. A space passage appeared. He looked at Fu Wei and Xia Xianyan. We should leave first. Don't worry. The danger of life, star number 9, is gone. There's something we should discuss in another place. I don't want the 4th person to know about this. Xia Xianyan frowned and nodded. She didn't ask for a reason and just got into the space passage directly. Fu Wei gritted her teeth. She pondered for a while before sighing begrudgingly. Following Xia Xianyan, she jumped into the passage. Sensing a flow of earth-shaking aura flying towards him fast, Shi Yen discolored. He hurried to jump into the space passage and got away. That space passage vanished quickly. After the 3 of them had left and the passage disappeared, Feng Yen descended all of a sudden. Her deep and archaic eyes showed an unbelievable fear. She was baffled as she looked at the terrible mess in front of her. Corpses of the Ghostmark clan, potion and tool pavilion, and the Windstorm War Department were floating in the void and lying on the ground. There was no living aura. No one was alive. Feng Yen gawked. With her knowledge and cognition, she didn't know what had just happened here. She just stood like that for a long time before she remembered to use the Soundstone to contact Xia Xianyan. However, when she activated the Soundstone, she didn't receive anything. Feng Yen grimaced. Jia Duo lifted his head to look at the lake. He sensed in silence before he became baffled. The Dark Shadow clansmen filling the sky above their head seemed to have disappeared into thin air and left no aura. Jia Duo thought he might have had some problem. He frowned and tried again, his eyes twinkling strangely. After a while, Jia Duo was hesitant when he made a space slit. Through the slit, he looked and gawked, his face frightened. Countless broken fragments of the battleships and dead bodies of the Dark Shadow clan floated above the lake. The entire area was filled with a heavy death aura. There was no single wave of life energy fluctuating. This situation was evilly strange. All the enemies were massacred, and Jia Duo couldn't sense any beam of energy from the beginning to the end. He didn't hear the noise of a battle either. Jia Duo felt the hair on his nape raising. He felt so cold. He was scared as if he saw a ghost in daylight, his scalp tingling. Chapter 1037, A Great Ruckus. Chapter 1037, A Great Ruckus, _ The current chief of the Ghostmark clan was full of metal on the surface of life, star number 9. Seeing Feng Yen disappear, He thought Bettina's defense down there was just an empty shell that he could smash with only one strike. However, the moment he was about to take action, he saw an electric beam zooming over. It was a spear. Hammer was surprised. He couldn't help but frown, raising his hand to grab the Thunder God spear. He closed his eyes to feel. This Thunder God spear was the divine weapon of the Ghostmark clan, which was kept by the Crocs for generations. If its master hadn't died, the Thunder God spear would never be able to escape its master's control. Although the spear was in his hand now, Hammer didn't feel happy at all. Frowning, Hammer sensed and extended his soul consciousness in 2 different directions of the planet. He grimaced so much that his eyes reflected a restless fear. Besides his place, he couldn't feel vital signals from Du Lin's and the Dark Shadow clan force. Hammer discolored in fright. Fear crept, flooding his heart. He hesitated for seconds before he made up his mind. He shouted, "Retreat!" Elders of the Feng Du family around were surprised, and they looked at him confusedly. Feng Yan had gone. They could break Bettina's defense in any minute to fulfill Zhuolu's order. At the critical moment, when they had finally seen the dawn of victory, Hammer wanted to retreat. They couldn't accept it. Run. Immediately. Hammer growled. His eyes still had a great fear. The elders of the Feng Du family saw his grimace, and they recognized something. Then they spread out his order. Battleships of the Feng Du family that had traveled thousands of miles to get here suddenly soared up into the sky. They left at max speed. Under the extinct volcano, Bettina felt unbelievable, her wrinkles twitching. At the moment Feng Yan left, she thought she had to die here. Without an incipient God Realm expert to support her while she had no special skills in fighting, she couldn't resist Hammer. All Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors standing with her here would have been killed by Hammer and his Ghostmark warriors. At the tensest, dangerous moment, Hammer and his Ghostmark warriors withdrew. Bettina was stunned. Not long afterward, Zhuolu's voice came from the fantasy mirror hovering by her. He sounded terrified. "The Dark Shadow warriors in my area are all killed. No one is alive, including Leader Cocker." Bettina discolored in fright. "What happened?" I don't know." Zhuolu stammered, his face complicated. "There's no trace or sign of a battle. I didn't feel any energy fluctuating. The clansmen of the Dark Shadow clan seem to have been erased in just a blink of an eye. They are all dead." Bettina was shocked. She contemplated for a while before touching the fantasy mirror to watch Fu Wei's situation. Dead bodies hovered in the sky, lying on the ground. They were warriors from the Ghostmark clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and even the Windstorm War Department. Corpses lay everywhere. Mountains were collapsed. Besides Feng Yan, they didn't see anyone else alive. Bettina paled and looked at the images in the fantasy mirror. She kept silent for a while before talking to Zhuolu. Then she flew at her max speed towards the area that the mirror had just shown. 15 minutes later, Bettina and Zhuolu appeared by Feng Yan. They were petrified as they looked at the bloody scene that was like hell in front of their eyes. Their lips trembled for a while before they were able to say, "What happened after all?" "I don't know." Feng Yan frowned, taking a deep breath. "Cocker, the first sky of incipient God Realm leader, has been buried here." She pointed at a floating corpse not far from them. That corpse was dried up as if it didn't have any drop of fluid remaining. It looked desperately pale with a deep fear on his face. He must have encountered something really terrible before his death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a horrible look on his face when he died. Bettina and Zhuolu looked at where her finger was pointing. They stared at the bizarre Dark Shadow corpse. They felt a chill rising in their bodies, their scalps tingling. An incipient God Realm expert was killed silently together with thousands of warriors from the Ghostmark clan, the Windstorm War Department, and Potion and Tool Pavilion. In addition to the members of the Dark Shadow clan from another place, The number of deaths would be more than 10,000, including the warriors at original God Realm, King God Realm, Ethereal God Realm, and even Incipient God Realm. Who was so fiercely strong to do this? Who was this brutally bloodthirsty? Feng Yan, Bettina, and Jia Duo exchanged looks. They could see the fear in each other's face. They kept silent for a while. Long afterward, Bettina reacted and screamed, "Fu Wei's body isn't here!" She was shaken, and she hurriedly took out the soundstone. She must know what happened. Wisps of thoughts entered the soundstone fiercely. Bettina's face became more grimaced. The soundstone didn't send any sound. Fu Wei didn't answer her. "Don't waste your efforts." Feng Yan furrowed her brows. "I've checked this place. There are 3 people who went missing. Xia Xian Yan, Fu Wei, and Shi Yan." After she found the strange situation of this area, her first reaction was to contact Xia Xian Yan. However, the same thing happened. Xia Xian Yan didn't answer her. Then, she carefully checked the battle site. She found no trace of Xia Xian Yan, Fu Wei, and Shi Yan. That kid too. Bettina and Jia Duo were surprised. Feng Yan didn't bother to look at the 2 of them. She faced up at the dark sky and the battleships of the Ghostmark clan, turning into black dots disappearing. After a while, she said faintly, "An invincible expert had come here recently. He had used his thundering powers to slaughter people here. Then, he captured Xia Xian Yan, Fu Wei, and Shi Yan. As he could kill Cocker in just a blink of an eye and create such a bloody scene, I'm afraid he's in existence at 3rd sky of Incipient God Realm. Only this kind of person could do such a thing." Third sky of Incipient God Realm? Bettina and Jia Duo trembled. Feng Yan nodded. "Yeah, it should have been an expert at that level." Although Agate Star area was incredibly vast, people could count the number of 3rd sky of Incipient God Realm experts using just one hand. Even though it has been 1,000 years, it didn't guarantee to have a warrior at such a level. And no one knew if that expert had some relationship with Potion and Tool Pavilion or the Windstorm War Department, or the reason why he came to create such a terrible massacre. But if he came for them, why had he also killed the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm War Department? And if he didn't come here to help, why did he kill the Dark Shadow Warriors? They had so many doubts. They observed around, confused, as they couldn't figure out the reasons. "We can't explain this commotion," Feng Yan sighed begrudgingly. "We can only know after we contact Xia Xian Yan and Fu Wei. Through them, we would get the truth." Pausing for a while, Feng Yan said, "The Windstorm War Department suffers a big loss this time. The battleships we've sent here accounts for 1/3 of the total number of the Windstorm's force. It's a tremendous loss. I have to return to the Fighting League to report this to the hegemon." Bettina and Jia Duo were stern. They felt embarrassed as they promised to make it up. "No, it's not related to you guys. I hope after we have some evidence that we can explain this to each other then." Feng Yan waved her hand, her face tired. She immediately got on a war chariot and flew into the immense sea of stars. Bettina and Jia Duo looked at Feng Yan as she was leaving. Then they began to connect the people who had a close connection to Potion and Tool Pavilion. They wanted to use their wide-range insiders to know what had happened. It was a magical space in Shadow Ghostly Prison that was filled with light. That space seemed to be separated from the mundane world. Although it had no earth and heaven energy, it had many shooting meteors. On a floating asteroid stood groups of palaces in alien architecture. Inside a hazy dark hall were 3 green oil lamps. One of them was extinguished all of a sudden. One of the members of the Dark Shadow clan, sitting cross-legged in a corner of the hall, was startled. He immediately paled and shouted, "Master Cocker is dead! Master Cocker is gone!" His voice echoed through the lightning-fast, moving asteroid. The space next to him where light streamers were flickering exploded with space slits as countless butterfly war chariots barging in. They gathered quickly and densely like clouds of locusts. Those butterfly war chariots swayed between the space slits as fast as lightning. With various colors, they appeared like beautiful butterflies. Each war chariots carried the clansmen of the Dark Shadow clan with pale faces. A thin old man stood on a large war chariot with an appearance of a wailing ghost. His white, metallic gray hair swayed like sharp needles, releasing sharp energy. He had a chain decorated with skulls of different races on his waist. Those skulls hissed and hooted as if the malicious souls were still inside. The old Dark Shadow man rode the war chariot, landing directly on the asteroid, his face as cold as ice. This special meteorite was like a special battleship which was still moving. Butterfly war chariots anchored. Many clansmen of the Dark Shadow clan were traveling back and forth. However, after he arrived, the Dark Shadow warriors who were crying quieted down and greeted him with great respect. Master Kelda, who said, "My brother died." The old man looked like a screeching ghost who held a dragon skull in his hand. The ghost flame fumed from the empty sockets of the skull together with the pathetic cry of the resentful souls. The lamp represents Master Cocker's soul in the great hall, which was extinguished, said a Dark Shadow warrior. He was trembling hard in fear. Kelda's eyes lost their focus. A flow of icy aura diffused from him uncontrollably. He rose one hand and grabbed into the void. A pale energy hand squeezed off the head of the warrior who had just answered him. The soul altar of that man whined, begging for his mercy. Where did my brother go? What mission has he taken? Kelda had his murderous aura shoot into the sky. His face twisted as if he was a demon from hell entering this mortal world. It was a cooperation with Potion and Tool Pavilion of Agate Star area. They came to kill the people in Life Star number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion. He contacted Zwolu directly. I don't know the details, cried the Dark Shadow warrior. Our chief knows this. You can ask him for more details. Notify the chief. Tell him I'm going out for a while. Kelda took a deep breath and stepped into a space slit. Chapter 1038. The Shadow Ghostly Prison is boiling. Chapter 1038. The Shadow Ghostly Prison is boiling. Anasur. What? Xianyan is missing? The Windstorm War Department lost 1/3 of its members? Fighting League's headquarters in Shadow Ghostly Prison was situated on a blue life star. Inside the God of War temple in the center of the star, a handsome man was screaming angrily, his face pale with rage. Feng Yan wore a forced smile and just stooped her head without talking. What happened? Feng Han took a deep breath. He calmed down, but his eyes were still as sharp as blades. We went to Life Star number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion to discuss business. Feng Yan explained what she knew about the situation with her head held low. She didn't dare to miss any detail. Feng Han listened quietly. After a while, he said coldly, You said someone at Third Sky of Incipient God Realm poked his nose in it. If it wasn't a Third Sky of Incipient God Realm expert, Cocker of Dark Shadow clan wouldn't have been killed instantly, and around 10,000 warriors wouldn't have died without screams, said Feng Yan bitterly. Cocker was truly dead, frowned Feng Han. I can confirm that. Not good. Cocker was Kelda's brother. In Dark Shadow clan, Kelda has the second sky of Incipient God Realm cultivation base. He would go crazy for sure. Feng Han pondered for a while and then sent an order. Tell our warriors to be wary of the Dark Shadow members. Once they find something, they must report immediately. Kelda will go out from the hidden base of Dark Shadow clan. He will raise a bloody storm this time. Feng Yan nodded continually. Announce to the commander of each department of Fighting League to search for Xianyan, Fu Wei, and that man. What was his name again? Shi Yan. Yeah, and any information about Shuriyen. Tell them to rifle through every corner at once. If you meet people of Potion and Tool Pavilion, you must ask them. Keep a close connection with Bettina and Jia, duo of Potion and Tool Pavilion, to exchange information. Understood. Anything else? Feng Han frowned as he saw that Feng Yen didn't hurry to spread his order. He asked impatiently. Feng Yen hesitated for a while and then said, "There's something." "What's that?" Lady Xian Yen and the kid called Shi Yen seemed to know each other before. He must have been one of her old friends. Old friend? What do you mean? They've known each other before they came to Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Feng Han was surprised, but he wasn't bothered. Got it. You go and work on your mission. Feng Yen didn't explain the situation clearer because she wasn't sure what the relationship between Xian Yen and Shi Yen was. If she made a wrong guess, she would provoke Feng Han. If that happened, she didn't know what might happen to her. Eventually, she didn't tell him about her assumption. She just nodded and left. On a moving star, the current chief of the Ghost Mark clan Hammer took out the Thunder God spear, his face bitter and sorrowful. He explained what happened to Great Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Zwalu. Zwalu frowned, listening to him. He didn't intervene even once. After Hammer had finished, Zwalu said, sadly, his eyes red, "I didn't take care of Du Lin well enough. I had promised his seniors that I would take care of him and nurture him. I had never thought that. Sai, Cocker was dead too," reminded Hammer in a low voice. Zwalu looked tired. He didn't bother to turn and just pulled his hair. When Du Lin attacked Fu Wei for the first time, a blood shield appeared. I wonder if it is related to that spear. Is it true that the expert who cultivates death and despair powers Upanishad has come again? Hammer didn't know the situation, so he just lowered his head without talking. Cocker died. His brother Kelda will come soon. We're going to give the Dark Shadow clan an explanation. Also to Du Lin. Zwalu's eyes got colder as he said, "Resolutely, send out all the forces of Ghostmark clan to search for those 3 juniors. I will ask the satellite eye to gather the forces in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. We must know what had happened back there." Hammer nodded, his vision shifting to the Thunder God Spear. "You will keep the God Spear for now." Zwalu couldn't help but snort, waving his hand. "Go. I want to prepare." This time, I'm afraid that the Shadow Ghostly Prison will change greatly. Hammer moved immediately. By the edge of the Dark Shadow Ghostly Prison, a group of almost 1,000 battleships was running. Those battleships with splendid flags and banners belonged to Monster Clan and Demon Clan. On their way, the small forces around felt fearful and anxious like mice looking at big cats. They all tried to avoid this group of battleships. Why did the battleships of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan appear in our Shadow Ghostly Prison? These 2 intimidating forces have never been interested in Shadow Ghostly Prison, right? Perhaps it's related to the recent commotion, isn't it? You mean the earth-shaking change of Potion and Tool Pavilion? And how Dark Shadow Clan's Cocker died? Well, besides those things, what else do you think it might be because of? The Fighting League, Potion, and Tool Pavilion, Ghostmark Clan, and dozens of forces around are working in Shadow Ghostly Prison to search for 3 people. We also received the request to keep an eye out for strangers around here. After all, what happened in Life Star number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion? Dunno. Our master doesn't know it, either. We only know that the strongest forces of Shadow Ghostly Prison seem to have cracked it all. From several thousand miles away from the battleships of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan, groups of smaller forces in Shadow Ghostly Prison were discussing the buzzing news. I'm afraid that Shadow Ghostly Prison is about to host the most ruthless war. Yeah, it's true. Cocker's dead. When an incipient God Realm expert dies, No one knows how furious the bloody coming storm will be. We have no tools to predict that. Sigh. Shadow Ghostly Prison is a big mess. It's chaotic enough. I don't know how many people will die this time. On a black ink battleship, Blood Devil was sitting like a rock. He frowned, sending a wisp of thought. Not long after that, Bath and Gute of Monster Clan together with McGee and Gumo and Ghost Hunter were approaching from the battleships of the Monster Clan. Bath and Gute looked impatient. Right when they arrived, they shouted at Blood Devil, asking us to come to Shadow Ghostly Prison. Aren't you taking this too seriously? You think we have plenty of free time? Blood Devil wore a stern face, talking. Did you know about the commotion in Shadow Ghostly Prison? Bath and Gute nodded. Bath said, even if a third sky of incipient god realm had slaughtered people, what does it matter to our monster clan? Why have you asked us to come here? The only remaining member of my tribe was involved. He's missing, snorted Blood Devil. Is that kid worth our 2 tribes traveling thousands of miles to get here? Blood Devil, you're too bored, aren't you? Yeah, that kid has saved my son. But it's not enough to shake all of our monster clan, said Bath agitatedly. The last information I received from him says that Life Star number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion would have an earth-shaking change. It said he would encounter a danger that threatens his life. As of now, his message has come true. Blood Devil took a deep breath and continued. Besides, he sent me another crucial information. He said that Agate Star area will undergo a tremendous transformation. It relates to all clans here. He asked me to take it seriously. Agate Star area has always had earth-shaking transformations. What else could it become? Gute frowned. No matter how Agate Star area changes, Monster Clan and Demon Clan will always remain as the strongest of the strongest clans. What should we be afraid of then? It's not like that. Blood Devil shook his head. He meant our Agate Star area will be invaded by a mighty force. Finally, Bath and Gute discolored. Bath contemplated for a while before talking severely. Could that kid make it up because he was afraid that you wouldn't come to rescue him? Blood Devil glared at him, talking in a low tone. I believe him. If he's the only remaining fella of your tribe, shouldn't you be able to locate him using immortal demon blood? Said Gute, frowning. I've tried. I can't locate him at this moment. I'm sure he's still alive, but his condition should be somehow special. I can't contact him. I can only lock his direction. Blood Devil frowned. We are heading towards his general direction. But it's a large scale. I'm afraid it will not be easy to find him. Never mind. We're here anyway. We will go and rock it with you. Bath shrugged. Throwing a glance to McGee, standing next to him, he thundered. If you don't owe him a favor, why did your father need to travel thousands of miles without a clue like this? You're my father. You should take responsibility for me. McGee smiled, his smile provoking people to throw him a punch. Standing next to McGee, Ghost Hunter looked like a savage, sharp sword. His aura was cold and calm. He hadn't said anything from the beginning. Gute glanced at him, sighing inwardly. He wasn't here because of Blood Devil or Bath. He was here for Ghost Hunter. After he had heard that the only member of Blood Devil's race was in danger, he hesitated. However, right at that moment, Ghost Hunter suddenly talked that if Gute didn't want to join this, he would hand over the Brutal Dragon token and officially leave the Brutal Dragon tribe. Gute didn't know about the real relationship between Ghost Hunter and Shi Yan. However, after this he understood it. To Ghost Hunter, Shi Yan was much more important than his Brutal Dragon tribe. In a dark area of Shadow Ghostly Prison. Dead stars hovered in that area like sand grains. Dead stars were rare. They didn't have earth and heaven energy or any valuable natural resources. They were desolate and belonged to a group of uninterested planets in the sea of stars. They could only be a temporary wharf for war chariots or battleships. The area had dozens of dead stars in various sizes. The small ones were just larger than an asteroid. The big ones were as large as a city of Devil Blood Star. Inside a cold, bleak dead star came the roar of wild beasts. This kind of noise was harsh and brutal, as if someone was under an utterly indescribable pain. Two beautiful shadows stood in a corner of the dead star, sighing worriedly. It has almost been 3 months. He has locked himself inside the dead star and screamed painfully like that. What kind of torture does he have to stand? Fu Wei's eyes were gloomy. She felt bitter inwardly. 3 months ago, Shi Yan built a space passage and brought Xia Xanyan and Fu Wei by crossing the space nodes. They landed on this group of desolate, dead stars. He asked them not to contact the Fighting League and Potion and Tool Pavilion before getting inside the planet. Since then, he had to endure some kind of painful torture. He had stayed inside the planet for 3 whole months. From time to time, he screamed and roared wildly as if he had fallen into bedevilment. The previous battle must generate a powerful backlash against him. He's using his unique method to recover. Xia Xanyan looked calm. She sighed, but she actually had a deep regret. When they first arrived in the Endless Sea, when she and Shi Yan fought with warriors of Yinyang Holy Land, she knew the secret of his. After each battle, he would receive terrible recoil. One time, Shi Yan had asked her to lock herself while he was rolling on the floor to resist some kind of tremendous backlash. It has been more than 100 years, and this lousy feature of Shi Yan's power hadn't changed. After he used the power that was much more beyond his real realm, he received such pain. While Fu Wei and Xia Xanyan were talking in a soft tone, the painful screeching that had been echoed for 3 months eventually calmed down. A brutal, evil energy started to fluctuate inside the dead star. Chapter 1039, Accumulating Energy. Chapter 1039, Accumulating Energy _ Fu Wei and Xia Xanyan approached the deep hole immediately. They craned their necks to look. After a while, the fluctuating energy from the hole ceased. A figure soared up into the sky. He looked high-spirited as his blood qi was abundant. In his black fighting suit, his lean, muscular body was exposed. His eyes were like diamonds with earth-shaking power. Xia Xanyan exhaled in relief, parting her lips into a smile. "Are you all right?" Fu Wei also looked at him. "Best condition ever," Shi Yan laughed brightly. The battle on Life Star number 9 had taken all the energy in his body to drive a wisp of soul consciousness coming from a deep place in the mysterious galaxy, which had killed Cocker and the Dark Shadow Warriors and overturned the situation. After that, Shi Yan was hurt while immortal demon blood in his body was used up. However, the essence qi of Cocker after he was killed had filled Shi Yan's acupuncture points, making up for the loss that he had suffered. The energy of an incipient god realm expert was extreme, indeed. If Shi Yan hadn't been about to reach ethereal god realm, it wouldn't have been just that simple backlash. Perhaps his acupuncture points would have exploded, leading to a body eruption. After 3 months of strenuous digestion, he had absorbed all the energy generated from Cocker's death, which had expanded his essence qi ancient tree to the upper limit of first sky of ethereal god realm, and also helped him condense almost 1,000 drops of immortal demon blood. Compared to himself 3 months ago, he didn't lose a bit of energy. Quite the contrary, his energy had rocketed to new heights. Unfortunately, he hadn't deciphered the mysteries of the ethereal extent yet. Otherwise, when his realm was more stable, he could have broken through directly to second sky of ethereal god realm. Can you tell us about the ancient Demogorgon phantom that had appeared out of nowhere? What happened after all? Fu Wei hesitated for a while before she decided to probe. It has been 3 months, and this doubt was still lingering in her mind. She could die to know why. She had made a lot of assumptions, but none of them could approach the truth. Xia Xianyan understood Shi Yan's situation more than Fu Wei, but still, she didn't know about the phantom of the ancient Demogorgon. She didn't know what kind of god it was. The inheritance I got has been battling with the god clan for tens of thousands of years. The ancient Demogorgon that appeared in Life Star Number 9 was controlled by the soul of a precursor of mine. That's how it got such invincible power. Shi Yan pondered for a while, his face stern. Once the Dark Shadow clan knows about my existence, I will become the must-kill target that the God clan won't hesitate to eradicate at any cost. My precursor worried that I would be exposed before I'm strong enough. Thus, he killed Cocker and all of the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan. And he didn't spare your fellows. Xia Xianyan and Fu Wei exchanged looks, their faces bitter. To prevent Shi Yan's identity from being exposed, that man didn't hesitate to kill almost 10,000 warriors. He didn't spare their subordinates, either. Which level of ruthlessness this expert has. However, they couldn't blame Shi Yan. At the moment Cocker came, he had used his power at incipient God realm to take the upper hand. Without the help of that precursor, these two women could have been killed, too. They were still alive. They had to thank that mysterious expert, but they couldn't be happy. Precursor Feng Yan has been trying to contact me. Jiaduo also sends Fu Wei messages after several days. We cut them off deliberately. But now, what do you want us to tell them? Xia Xianyan rubbed her porcelain forehead as if she had a headache. The commotion your precursor had caused in Life Star Number 9 was too big. Forces around Shadow, Ghostly Prison, do have concerns. We have to give them an explanation, anyway. Just tell them that it was a third sky of incipient god realm precursor who has a deep grudge against the Dark Shadow clan. This person suddenly came and massacred people. Shi Yan had a plan, so he told them without any hesitation. Tell them that precursor found out that Dark Shadow clan and God clan have a conspiracy. They will invade Agate Star area. After he killed Dark Shadow clansmen, he captured us and took us away. He told us the evil plan of Dark Shadow clan and God clan. Oh, right. Don't forget about Great Elders Wa Lu of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Tell them that Precursor wanted us to inform every force in Agate Star area about this. How about the dead warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and Windstorm War Department? Sighed Fu Wei. Simple. Cocker of Dark Shadow clan and Du Lin of Ghostmark clan had killed them all, Shi Yan said deliberately. Yeah, only that way. Xia Xianyan wore a reluctant complexion. Suddenly, she glared at him angrily. My Windstorm War Department has lost 1/3 of its members. You irritate me. Hearing her mentioning this, Fu Wei felt sorrowful, looking at him with bitterness and regret. Shi Yan felt awkward. He just smiled and said nothing more. Can we contact the others now? Asked Xia Xianyan irritatedly. Yeah, no problem, Shi Yan forced a smile. Xia Xianyan and Fu Wei immediately took out their soundstones. Shi Yan pondered, then furrowed his brows. He also sat down like the two women, closing his eyes. A scarlet drop of blood appeared on his fingertip. Dash! Fighting League. Feng Yan was shouting at the warriors of her Windstorm War Department with a cold face. She was startled all of a sudden, waving her hand to signal the others to stop talking. She took the soundstone from her sleeve, listening attentively. After a while, Feng Yan's eyes brightened. She hurried to go to the god of War Temple to meet Hegemin Feng Han. In Life Star Number 9, Bettina and Jiaduo were talking to an expert from the Wood clan. Great Elder Zwalu had his hysteria, which made Bettina and Jiaduo increase their powers. 3 months ago, they contacted the Wood clan, the force that was close to them, and asked them to send over experts. At this moment, Life Star Number 9 wasn't weak anymore as it had more experts. Jiaduo was shaken as he said, "We got the news!" In the dark galaxy, by a group of dead stars of Shadow, Ghostly Prison, Battleships of Demon Clan and Monster Clan were scattering, searching through the dead stars. Atop a battleship sat Blood Devil. His mind flickered when his eyes radiated strange light. He smiled, yelling, "Found him!" Battleships of Monster Clan and Demon Clan gathered quickly, heading in a fixed generation. On a meteorite by Shadow, Ghostly Prison, Phelan, Leona, Katua, Benny, Zwasher, and Xianming were sitting cross-legged, their eyes gloomy. It has been 3 months since the earth-shaking commotion in Life Star Number 9 had happened. Even the wandering visitors like them got the news. They were so worried about Shi Yan. They didn't know whether Shi Yan had survived or not. Katua suddenly got up, looking here and there. He screamed happily, "Senior calls for us." 7 days later. The Dead Star, where Shi Yan, Xia Xianyan, and Fu Wei were staying, welcomed the first wave of guests, which was a fleet of almost 1,000 battleships of Monster Clan and Demon Clan. Chuckling, Shi Yan relaxed his tense mind. Looking at the battleships approaching, he suddenly said, "Precursors, thanks for your trouble." The Monster Clan and Demon Clan gathering made Shi Yan feel warm. When he was in danger, previously, he had trusted Blood Devil enough to send him a rescue request. He wasn't even sure if Blood Devil could receive his message or not. Shi Yan thought that even if Blood Devil had received his message, he wouldn't have mobilized a lot of people. At most, he would send some demon experts to check his situation. When he could confirm Shi Yan's situation, he would send his big army. However, it was beyond his imagination. Not only Blood Devil coming personally, but he also brought Bath and Gu Te of the Monster Clan. He had brought the strongest forces of Monster Clan and Demon Clan, combining them into one. It was because Blood Devil trusted him, or he did care about Shi Yan's death or life much. Shi Yan could see the biggest favor was that lonely member of the immortal Demon Clan had for him. Looking at the coming battleships and Blood Devil storming and landing, Shi Yan was touched as he said, "I couldn't believe you came here yourself. And you? Bring your experts together with the Monster Clan." Blood Devil laughed heroically. "Bath and Gu Te were quite discontented with me on our way here. Boy, help me explain to them. Or else they would think I'm just acting unreasonably." In the loud laughter, Bath and Gu Te appeared. Following them were McGee, Guemo, and Ghost Hunter. Their energy rolled powerfully, showing off the Monster Clan's might. What happened after all that? Bath frowned. He was wearing a complexion that wasn't so friendly. "Kid, you sent a message and Blood Devil wanted a war. He had almost disordered the Monster Clan and Demon Clan. He forced us to send out our troops. We came to Shadow, Ghostly Prison from our place. This route isn't short. Did you tell the truth about the danger coming to Agate Star area? Do you know about the God Clan?" Shi Yan's face was stern, hissing. Blood Devil, Bath, and Gu Te exchanged looks. They nodded with a heavy visage. Recently, the number of members of the other clans who have come to Agate Star area have reached the figure of several hundred. It was no exception that those people have come to Agate Star area because their homelands have been invaded. Gu Te nodded and continued. "From what they told us, the God Clan is an extremely intimidating force in this universe. Their fighting competence is said to be the strongest in this vast space. They are too invasive. They have always been working on expanding their territory. This clan has invaded many galaxies." Shi Yan took a deep breath and said simply, "They've laid their eyes on Agate Star area." Everybody was shocked. "The God Clan is about to invade us." Bath changed his visage, his voice low and harsh. "Almost," Shi Yan nodded, explaining seriously. "The Shadow, Ghostly Prison here will be the entrance. Dark Shadow Clan is the watchdog of the God Clan. It's in charge of pioneering and cleaning the space barrier that stands between the two-star areas. I'm sure that Great Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Zwulu, has sealed a treaty with God Clan. He will use the internal competition of Potion and Tool Pavilion to put Agate Star area into chaos, which will be the pavement for God Clan to come here later. After he finished, the experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan couldn't stay calm anymore. They all knew about the power of the God Clan through the refugees from different galaxies who came to find shelter in Agate Star area. At the same time, Potion and Tool Pavilion was a super powerful force in Agate Star area. Great Elders Lu controlled 1/3 of the power of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Being an ally with God Clan and Dark Shadow Clan would bring Agate Star area a destructive transformation. God Clan is much stronger than what you think, Shiryen sighed. They have more than 100 incipient God Realm experts. Each of the 12 great families of the God Clan is able to rule an entire star area. In this vast sea of stars, God Clan has claimed almost half of the stars. If they lay their eyes on Agate Star area, they would stir up this sea of stars severely. Great but deadly commotion would happen. Listening to his description of the God Clan's might, people took in a cold breath, their eyes frightened. Chapter 1040, Allied Forces. Chapter 1040, Allied Forces, On the Dead Star, Shiryen talked to Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and the experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan about the powerful forces of the God Clan. Several days later, Fei Lan, Katua, and the others arrived on the Dead Star. After a while, Feng Yan of Windstorm War Department came with dozens of battleships. She wanted to bring Xia Xian Yan back to the Fighting League, but she denied. They met up on the Dead Star, discussing something discreetly while looking stern. This dead star wasn't significant. It merely bore the number of the Monster Clans and Demon Clans battleships. When the Windstorm War Department arrived, they could only stay on a dead star nearby. Several days later, Jia Duo of the Potion and Tool Pavilion brought hundreds of guards. They wanted to take Fu Wei back to the Life Star number 9. When Jia Duo arrived, he looked at the battleships of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan with a different complexion. Fu Wei and Shiryen came to greet him. As Jia Duo met Shiryen this time, he couldn't be natural. Anyway, he didn't wear his previously arrogant face. Through the fantasy mirror, he could see some clues, more or less. He knew that Shiryen wasn't ordinary, although his realm wasn't profound. When he used all of his force, the destructive power he could generate was earth-shaking. Before Shiryen had reached the peak of original God Realm, he had taken action in rage, which had almost killed Jia Duo. If Xia Xian hadn't interfered, he would have been killed. With that experience, Jia Duo didn't dare to look down on Shiryen anymore. This time he was more cautious, as he was afraid of provoking Shiryen. Third Elder wants you to come back. Jia Duo looked at the battleships parking from a distance, lowering his voice. Third Elder minds that thing a lot. She wants to ask you directly. Currently, Shadow Ghostly Prison has a lot of rumors. The other parties in our Potion and Tool Pavilion have also noticed this area. I can't return to the Life Star number 9. Fu Wei shook her head determinedly. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Shiryen next to her, talking. You're here in time. We can go and confirm it together. What do you mean? Jia Duo was surprised. The God Clan's invasion. Fu Wei said slowly but sternly. We're done discussing. I will go with the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League to the space canal that connects to the God Star area. I heard that the Dark Shadow Clan is working in there. We will check the situation first. Then we will decide the internal matters of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. Jia Duo was shaken, talking earnestly. Is it true? It's your Potion and Tool Pavilion's responsibility. Standing by them, Shiryan's face was cold. If it weren't because of your great elders Lu, the Dark Shadow Clan wouldn't have been facilitated to clear the passage that fast. If we can't do anything, your great elder will be safe when the great army of the God Clan comes. But you guys don't have a good relationship, so you wouldn't be able to dodge this culpa. Dark Shadow Clan and God Clan will definitely help Swaloo claim the power of the potion and tool pavilion. They will kill all of the opposing parties. Jia Duo's eyes were dark, gazing at Shiryan. However, he didn't say anything. If it were in the past, when Shiryan bluntly talked to him like that, he would redden in rage. However, at this moment, he didn't have such guts. After a long moment, Jia Duo nodded. It's good to check it out. Shiryan said calmly, as you potion and tool pavilion people are here, we've gathered enough forces. We can depart now. Fu Wei smiled tenderly. People of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League have had an agreement in advance. Once we find out that the Dark Shadow Clan is actually doing such things, we will join hands and deliver a fatal strike. We must destroy that canal as soon as possible. Jia Duo was shocked. He looked at Shiryan with strange eyes, sighing. He had just recognized that he had always underestimated Shiryan. This anonymous kid could promote such a big commotion, which got the Demon Clan, Monster Clan, and even the Fighting League involved. Jia Duo knew that it was impossible for the Potion and Tool Pavilion to stay aside and watch. Potion and Tool Pavilion had to join this operation. Once it was proven, it would affect all forces in this Agate Star area. Although Jia Duo knew this would give Shiryan fame and a high profile, he had to follow the man. He wasn't able to pursue his other thoughts. As Blood Devil, Bath, Gu Tei, and Feng Yan were incipient God Realm experts, the famous characters of Agate Star area. Although Jia Duo was the 10th elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, they didn't really appreciate his presence here. They didn't join the meeting between Jia Duo, Fu Wei, and Shiryan. After they were done, Feng Yan appeared to talk to Jia Duo. However, Blood Devil, Bath, and Gu Tei had never shown themselves. They just sent Guemo and McGee to visit him. Apparently, the 3 incipient God Realm experts didn't consider Jia Duo an existence with an equal status. Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Thousands of imposing battleships in different shapes divided into 4 fleets that were more like 4 sharp daggers, moving at breakneck speed in the dark space. The battleships of the 4 forces had different flags and banners representing different forces. Sometimes they passed some small troops of Shadow, Ghostly Prison, and others would instinctively move away. They didn't dare to linger in the 4 forces' way to provoke them. Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion were famous for their might in Agate Star area. Today, these 4 intimidating forces gathered and moved in the same direction, which made the others recognize that something big would happen soon. Has the internal war of the Potion and Tool Pavilion started? The Monster Clan and Demon Clan have never operated in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. They all come here today for what besides the Potion and Tool Pavilion's competition, you say? Who knows? That commotion has stirred up people everywhere. I heard it's because of a mysterious third sky of incipient God Realm. Would they come for him? It's possible. The Dark Shadow Clan's about to change. We don't know how bad it could be. Perhaps you don't know, but the forces of other races in Agate Star area have noticed this area. Oh, yeah, I've seen experts of the Wood Clan. So they're here as well. I saw Hammer of the Ghost Mark clan half a month ago. He's in our Shadow, Ghostly Prison as well. Holy **T. What's happened? Why are so many strong forces coming to our Shadow, Ghostly Prison? God knows. The same conversation spread through different areas of Shadow, Ghostly Prison. People knew something big would happen in this area, but no one knew what it could be. They asked their friends around, but they still had no clue. On a moving planet, great elders Swaloo of the Potion and Tool Pavilion looked worried. The fantasy mirror hovering in front of him showed the image of Kelda from the Dark Shadow Clan. Kelda looked even worse than him, with the Ignis fatuous-like eyes. The gloomy skulls on his waist whined and hissed scarily. We have found them, but you better not act rashly. Zwalu's face was cold as he advised the other. Those 3 juniors have gathered with the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League. Although you are at a high realm, you're not the match of this force. I'm still investigating to know what happened back then. You should wait for the result. Kelda looked like he was about to send fire through his eyes as he said through his gritted teeth. It's been 5 years. You're too slow. How long more do you want me to wait for? Give me 2 months more. I must know what had happened there. Zwalu had a headache. Our pavilion isn't quite peaceful these days. The dying pavilion master has heard about my strange commotion. He's summoning the 3 incipient God Realm experts. It's strenuous for me to settle these things. During this time, I'm begging you to leave me alone. Don't cause more troubles. My brother's dead. My blood brother, Kelda said with a murderous intent on his face. Don't worry. I will investigate to see who did that. Zwalu was agitated. It's not those 3 juniors. Their highest realm is just the 2nd sky of Ethereal God Realm. I've heard that it was a 3rd sky of Ethereal God Realm expert. We don't know about that expert yet. I still need more evidence. In Agate Star area, we can count the experts at the 3rd sky of Ethereal God Realm with the fingers of our hands. We just need to confirm those experts' whereabouts at that time. If some of them weren't at their place at that time, we would know who did that. I'll give you 2 more months, Kelda said with a dark face. The chief has also given you a deadline. The space passage is about to be cleared. The force that our Dark Shadow clan depends on is about to lose its patience. If the Agate Star area isn't as chaotic as they want when they arrive, things they've promised to you will be nulled. You know how strong they are, right? Listening to him, Zwalu was frightened. He nodded, his face paling. I understand. I'll do my best on it. I'm waiting for your good news. Kelda cut off the communication and disappeared from the fantasy mirror. On a battleship made of beast bones, Shuryen, Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute were gathered, their faces grave. We've created a big commotion. In the next phase, we must conceal ourselves. Otherwise, if other forces see us, they will alarm the Dark Shadow clan as well. Feng Yen frowned. We're heading to an area where Dark Shadow clansmen often visit. It's the key area of their operation. Also, the small forces do have guards staying around. If they spot us, it will be troublesome. Feng Yen was the expert of the Fighting League. As the Fighting League had been fighting against the Dark Shadow clan for years, they understood about this clan's situation better. Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute nodded, showing that they had no different ideas. They continued to listen to Feng Yen. I know a route that leads to that area directly. Feng Yen pondered for a while, her strange eyes fixing on Xia Xanyen as she explained. Xia Xanyen came to Shadow, ghostly prison through that route. Listening to her, Xia Xanyen changed her face as she had fear in her eyes. She spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Precursor Feng Yen, it's not easy to get through that route. She looked frightened, as if what she had experienced there was still haunting her. That year, I departed with hundreds of people. However, not more than 10 made it through. Everyone standing there discolored. It's all right. Feng Yen waved her hand as if she wasn't bothered with that idea. We have 4 incipient God Realm experts this time. We have more experts. Getting through that area won't be a problem. As she said that, Xia Xanyen gathered herself together. Looking at Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Shuryen, she said calmly, I had forgotten how strong we are now. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 1041, Ethereal Extent. Chapter 1041, Ethereal Extent, _ Ethereal Extent is derived from the Power Upanishad. It's a miniature version of the soul. Ethereal Extent is a fantasy world that the warrior creates with his Power Upanishad and energy. The Ethereal Extent can change unlimitedly under the control of the soul altar. It's not much similar to the soul altar, but it's connected to the soul directly. Ethereal extent can extend forever without any rupture. It can enlarge unceasingly. The experts with the ethereal extent, including Blood Devil, Phelan, Xia Xanyan, and Fu Wei, showed Shi Yan their ethereal extent. They told him their own definition of the ethereal extent, which they had experienced. When warriors broke through to the ethereal god realm, the first thing they did was to create the ethereal extent. Without an ethereal extent, their first sky of ethereal god realm wouldn't be complete. And if only the ethereal extent appeared, the warrior could break through furthermore. If the warrior could create the ethereal extent, when he battled against the other, he could use both the ethereal extent and his power Upanishad to increase his overall competence. Since the warrior could change his ethereal extent as flexibly as he pleased, it provided him with many new ways to use his power. It could be said that warriors at the ethereal god realm must depend on the ethereal extent in fighting. Their god body, energy, and power Upanishad had to connect to the ethereal extent to bring out their best abilities. At this moment, Shi Yan had reached the ethereal god realm, so his priority now was to create his ethereal extent. Inside a secret room with an open ceiling in a battleship, Shi Yan lifted his face to watch the dark sky. He frowned in irritation as he got a feeling that he couldn't walk through the door. To any warrior breaking to the ethereal god realm, creating the ethereal extent was a troublesome issue that he must fulfill. Many warriors had to linger for a long time at this threshold. It could take several years, or even a dozen years. Perhaps they suddenly get a flash of recognition one day, understanding something and breaking this door. Blood Devil and the others gave him different descriptions of the ethereal extent. At the same time, their powers Upanishads weren't similar to his, so they couldn't give him much of a reference. Depending on the different power Upanishads and races, the ways to create the ethereal extent varied. Usually, even if they cultivated the same power Upanishad, their ethereal extents might not be similar. And there were so many methods to create the ethereal extent. Only if he could find the way that was suitable for him to evolve his power Upanishad could he build his ethereal extent. Shi Yan cultivated mixed power Upanishads. He had space, life and death, star, and the devouring power Upanishad, the last of which he hadn't understood thoroughly yet. Having many power Upanishads caused a lot of trouble when he wanted to create the ethereal extent. He didn't have a clue where to start. Lifting his head to watch the dark void up there and seeing not even a single beam of starlight, Shi Yan felt a little upset. After an unknown time, he temporarily forgot the trouble of generating an ethereal extent. He calmed down his soul, trying not to think too much as he now focused on the soul altar. His soul altar had 3 tiers, including the sea of consciousness, the tier of power Upanishads, and the host soul. However, today, as his consciousness was wandering, he found something new. There was something with the host soul above the tier of power Upanishads. Holding his breath and concentrating, Shi Yan erased the worries and confusion in his mind. His soul gradually became empty without any mess of thoughts as he just sauntered around that area. Consciousness, emotions, a borderless, hazy area, a chaotic place which looked like a miniature universe before it was developed. It was like a sheet of white paper that had colors added from the ever-changing power Upanishads, thoughts and energies to sketch the animated lines and shapes. That area could have different things based on Shi Yan's swift imagination. His consciousness floated, moving around that hazy and chaotic area. He didn't investigate, merely enjoying the magical mysteries in his soul. He felt relaxed and at peace like he had never been. The sea of stars was vastly immense with countless galaxies. Different stars looked like grains of sand in the desert, which could be counted in the billions. He didn't know how vast this universe was. He didn't know how many races had been born, evolved, and gone extinct. He didn't know how many warriors had fallen, returning to nothingness and leaving no trace behind. The borderless sea of stars concealed the most mysterious miracles in this world. There were so many imposing existences from the ancient time, and too many specialties that he could never imagine. Sure, Yin sank into the world of his soul and opened his mind to see his little self that was like a tiny dust particle in the outer space. Gradually, his soul flashed as the tear of power Upanishads was changing silently in his soul consciousness view. At first, he sank into his star power Upanishad to carve the knowledge he had. He imagined himself as a tiny dust particle in this endless sea of stars. He was like a rock, a small, ordinary star which had bobbed for billions of years in this sea of stars from the ancient time. Even though it was small, it had its own way of showing the meaning of its existence. Gradually, he felt a marvelous feeling. He had become part of the immense void, an originally small light in the sea of stars, which would then develop into a real star. At the moment this feeling arose, Shi Yen didn't recognize anything. He was still immersed in his soul and star power. He wasn't aware of the change of the vortex in his lower abdomen, which was the fountain of energy of the small star he had. It slowly floated and moved towards his soul altar. It was the star power Upanishad he had cultivated, which was also the source of energy in his body, an immense nebula where a lot of starlight dots were scattered. It had a rigid orb, which was a star nucleus glowing magnificently in the vast galaxy. While his consciousness bobbed, using his soul to explore the universe, the nebula that should be inside the vortex in his lower abdomen had flown out, entering his sea of consciousness, storming into the unknown, chaotic space in his soul. It was like a white sheet of paper being dyed and drawn to make a beautiful yet magical picture. That hazy area suddenly changed, as if someone had used a miraculous brush to illustrate a whole new world. The area of primal chaos was empty at first. Gradually, it slowly generated something as if it had a big explosion that unceasingly sent light dots everywhere. That magnificent explosion happened in every corner and lasted for a long, unknown time. Slowly, changes occurred. Starlight appeared like dots at first. Then, a brilliant star enlarged as many smaller pieces of broken stars moved around it. It looked as beautiful as a big diamond moving in a natural trajectory. Everything was working in accordance with the true meaning of the sea of stars and some unknown rules. The hazy, immense area became marvelous with the newly formed galaxy. Gradually, when his soul consciousness moved between the glowing broken stars that looked like fireflies, he saw the space nodes. The biggest star seemed to enlarge in his view, and he could vaguely see things in that area of primal chaos. Slowly, the concept of space was introduced. The miniature version of the immense sea of stars with all the space nodes and the definition of an extending space appeared, which looked more like a small model of the real universe. Sure, Yin didn't realize the changes in his soul altar. He also forgot his initial purpose, just immersing and witnessing the birth of a miracle. He felt touched. He was touched on seeing the glamour of space and its changes, observing the magical energy fluctuation of that gorgeous star. He felt emotional. It seemed he had become the owner of this small universe. He understood the eternal loneliness of the sea of stars and could feel the reluctance of having not even a single soul in the star. He now could understand the truth that people in this mundane world could never touch. Being half-conscious, Shi Yen suddenly felt that this world lacked something. It didn't have any creatures. It didn't have the evolution of life. It lacked the typical life cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. When this thought appeared, his tier of power Upanishads changed again. Life and death power Upanishad was activated automatically, and it merged with his soul consciousness, becoming an air current that poured into the magical world inside that small sea of stars. Although it was small, it did exist. Slowly, Wisps of Shur-Yan's soul consciousness were empowered by the stars. He felt like he was the grand angel observing that biggest star. He felt that it was finally alive now. After that, as his thought changed, the power of his blood started to give birth to creatures. A viscous sea that looked like a small sea of consciousness was changing. It took in his soul consciousness to generate lives in an animated world. Those creatures didn't have clear facial features. They all had his aura, as if they were generated by his energy only. They gave him a feeling of seeing flowers in the mirror or the bright moon in water. They were unreal, but their existence couldn't be denied. They existed in his fantasy, but they were so tangible that he couldn't distinguish. Those vague creatures that looked like illusions were born, thriving, and then dying. They seemed to be made of pure energy, which gathered when they were born and scattered when they died, returning to the heaven and earth. Life and death could be seen in that star. He could see things happen at any minute which would never cease. The sea of stars appeared, space opened, and illusions of life and death were happening in another universe, which looked like a miniature universe that he had created. And Shur-Yan, he had become the sole god of this world. When his thought changed, the star, space, and life cycle would be adjusted accordingly. He could move the star, expand space, and give birth to lives. He could even make lives return to nothingness in just a blink of an eye. In that space, there was nothing he couldn't do. He could turn his imagination into reality as fast as he pleased. However, that reality wasn't real. It was still a fantasy. Everything depended on his consciousness, energy, soul, and power Upanishads. It was just his subjective thought, so it would never possibly manifest in the real world. When he died, all the things he had made up with his thoughts would cease to exist. All the things in that world were real to him, as he could sense and recognize them. He could do anything in that world as it brought him a borderless space to promote his imagination. It couldn't get rid of his control. It was the ethereal world, which they called the ethereal extent. When Shur-Yan got this point, his floating soul consciousness understood something. He woke up, returning to the real world. He felt as if he had just moved back and forth like a shuttle in some world. He was baffled when he found a whole new world had appeared in his tier of power Upanishads and his soul. It looked like a miniature universe with countless stars and an immense space. It was also an ethereal extent, but it was utterly different from the ethereal extents he had seen. Others' ethereal extents were just a space generated by their main power Upanishad, and the mountains, seas, or thunderstorm in there were just the smaller projections of the real objects in the real world. But his ethereal extent seemed to include the whole world. It looked like a brand new world indeed. Chapter 1042, Going Out. Chapter 1042, Going Out on Ur. Did you meet the battleships of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan? No, they seemed to disappear into thin air. Where are they going? Dunno. Leaders of many small forces in Shadow, Ghostly Prison, still kept an eye on the commotion of Monster Clan and Demon Clan. However, all of a sudden on one day, this mighty force disappeared. Potion and Tool Pavilion and Fighting League remained silent. They didn't give any comment on this event or contact those small forces to ask them to do chores. Leaders of many small forces were afraid of Demon Clan and Monster Clan, as the two powerful clans were making a big commotion, which most leaders had no information about prior to their arrival. Those small forces were afraid of getting involved in this mess. They had to try all means to collect information. However, they got nothing. Today, Life Star number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion received a bony, senile old human with murky eyes. However, when he arrived, the senior managers of Potion and Tool Pavilion, including Bettina, were shocked. They all came out to greet him. It was an incipient God realm expert of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Being the super powerful force of Agate Star area, of course, the Potion and Tool Pavilion had its own incipient God realm experts. they had been secluding to cultivate for entire years. They didn't care about business or any matter of the pavilion. Only when earth-shaking incidents happened to the pavilion would they appear to handle the situation. The three incipient God realm experts only listened to the pavilion master's orders. The other elders had no authority to assign them tasks or ask them for help. The expert who came here today had second sky of incipient God realm cultivation base. He was called Timlin, one of the consecrators of Potion and Tool Pavilion. The three incipient God realm experts were all consecrators of Potion and Tool Pavilion. With the massive storages of earth and heaven natural resources that Potion and Tool Pavilion had collected, the consecrators had the privilege to use them first. The consecrators were also full-time hatchetmen, the three sharpest sabers of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Bettina and the other experts of Potion and Tool Pavilion bent their bodies, slightly waiting for Timlin to talk. "I'm here, as ordered by the pavilion master." Timlin squinted, his voice calm and steady. Although Master doesn't have the energy to handle the business of the pavilion, he's still the master before he falls. He knows what you've done. He asked me to come and clarify what had happened. Great Elder has plotted for the cannon. He sent the Ghostmark clan and Dark Shadow clan to attack us. We were almost killed. Bettina briefed the situation. "Where's the cannon?" hissed Timlin. Bettina hesitated for a while before talking. "Fu Wei keeps it." "Where's Fu Wei?" asked Timlin. Bettina kept silent. Timlin's eyes got colder. "They're heading to the Dark Shadow clan's territory." Considering her words, Bettina explained. "They're suspicious of Great Elder and Dark Shadow clan's cooperation. They thought that Great Elder and Dark Shadow clan wanted to contact the God clan to invade Agate Star area. That's why they are trying to find the truth. What happened in Life Star number 9? Which force does that third sky of incipient God realm expert belong to?" Timlin continued. "I'm not sure." Bettina forced a smile. "His realm is profound. According to Fu Wei, he had always stayed in a gray mist that made her unable to see his shape." "You can't identify him? What were you doing at that time?" Timlin said, a little bit irritated. "Hammer was attacking him at that time. I didn't have a free hand to take care of the other area." "The God clan is about to invade us?" "Who said that?" "A junior called Shurian. He's the first one to spread this possibility." "And now, the Monster Clan and Demon Clan are here. The Fighting League is also watching. We will have the conclusion of the truth soon. If it's true, Agate Star area will receive an earth-destroying disaster. Once you receive any information, inform me immediately." "Understood." In a mysterious area of shadow, ghostly prison. Many battleships were trembling hard as the experts on the ships were urging their energy to set up the barriers covering the battleships. Fast meteors shot over like bunches of light beams with a terrifying, impacting power. They were wreaking havoc in this area. Those meteors were harsh and brutal. While moving at breakneck speed, they barged into space and sent dazzling beams of light into the void. Countless meteors were moving and crossing each other in that area, which created a thick mesh light net. Each of the big meteors was much bigger than the battleships and moving faster in accordance to some unknown rules. The hissing sounds it made when passing by the battleships made people shiver. But the strange thing was that even though there were so many meteors shooting across the place, they had never made an impact with each other. The battleships moving through this place encountered a lot of trouble. Those meteors were like imposing mountains with frightening power. Once it crashed into a battleship, that battleship would be smashed instantly, and the warriors on the battleship couldn't avoid the fatal consequence. No one could understand the trajectory of the meteors. They could only use energy to defend themselves. The warriors who were able to deviate those meteors were just some incipient God realm experts. Warriors at Ethereal God Realm weren't strong enough to do that. The battleships of Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Windstorm War Department, and Potion and Tool Pavilion were moving in that dangerous area. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yen, the four incipient God Realm experts, were guarding the four directions. They were using their powers, Upanishads, to protect the battleships from those destructive meteors. Whenever the meteors approached at fast speed, they would run like firefighters and use their supernatural powers to forcefully deviate from it. However, this place had countless meteors weaving into a thick mesh-light net. The total number of the battleships of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Windstorm War Department, Monster Clan, and Demon Clan was more than 1,000. Each battleship had the possibility to make contact with the meteor. The four incipient God Realm experts couldn't cover them all. There were more than 10 battleships that got smashed because they were late to rescue them. However, as the warriors on those battleships could see the coming lousy situation, they all jumped off the battleships and landed on the other battleships before their ships exploded. "It's not a good solution," Jaduo frowned, his face grimaced. Most of the 10 broken battleships belonged to Potion and Tool Pavilion. Of course, he couldn't stay calm. In this journey, among the four forces, only Potion and Tool Pavilion didn't have an incipient God Realm expert. When the battleships faced danger, Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yen would naturally rescue their battleships first. When they weren't free to help, Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleships would be smashed as they became the exposed targets. It was natural. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yen had their own ideas. They wouldn't ignore their forces' battleships to rescue Potion and Tool Pavilions. After waves of attack, 10 of Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleships had gone. Duo couldn't be happy indeed. That year, you came to Shadow Ghostly Prison from a chaotic space basin through this route. Fu Wei admired her secretly. She looked at Xia Xianyan asking, "Which realm were you, and what kind of vehicle did you use to get here?" Elegant Xia Xianyan was calm. Hearing her questions, she had a pain that she couldn't conceal on her face. She looked as if she didn't want to recall that memory. However, she just sighed and said nothing. That year, they got through a strange space inside the ice and fire's secret domain to come here. The difficulties they had undergone were something ordinary people didn't dare to think or imagine. The warriors of the Pure Land and of the other forces following her to this place had all died one after another. There weren't more than 10 survivors. During her whole life, there wasn't any time more dangerous and terrifying than that journey. Today, when she saw Blood Devil and the others effortlessly dealing with the meteors, which had smashed their souls and bodies that year, she felt something else. She had become stronger. Her current status and position were higher. This time when she returned to that old, horrible place, her battleships of the Windstorm War Departments hadn't broken one. Now she knew that she wasn't that hopeless Xia Xianyan from that year who was filled with despair and fear as she knew she would be killed in any minute. Swoosh! An electric beam crossed by. Feng Yen of Fighting League descended. She looked at the area ahead of them and exhaled. "Ahead of us is an area with less trouble. We should take a rest there. Is it okay?" She looked at Xia Xianyan because she knew how Xia Xianyan had come to Shadow Ghostly Prison that year. She knew Xia Xianyan had a clear impression of this place more than anyone else. Xia Xianyan nodded gently. "We should have 3 days to rest. After crossing the most dangerous area, we will reach the space canal where the Dark Shadow clan base is. Seems like we're about to get over it." Feng Yen looked tired. 3 days later, it will be more strenuous. At that time, we will lose many battleships. Along the way, Xia Xianyan had kept a close observation of the 4 incipient God Realm experts. She understood their reflexes. As she used to travel through that area, she knew how dangerous it was. Jia Duo's face became more grimaced. Every time the battleships of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League were in trouble, the four incipient God Realm experts would instinctively rescue and support each other. However, they had abandoned Potion and Tool Pavilion. After several waves of attack, Potion and Tool Pavilion had always borne loss. If it would be more perilous after 3 days, how could Potion and Tool Pavilion survive it? Duo regretted and thought that he shouldn't have come here. While they were talking, Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute also arrived. This was the battleship of the Fighting League, which stayed in the middle of the formation. They used this battleship as their temporary meeting room. This evil place gives people a headache. Bath was foul-mouthed. It still has another wave of trouble ahead. We must recover quickly. Hey, does Potion and Tool Pavilion have any pellets suitable for incipient God Realm experts to recover their energy? Don't be stinky. Give me some bottles. I will take care of Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleships later, so you can save some. Duo's face was grimaced already. Listening to him, he looked as if his parents had all left him. He didn't reply. Blood Devil laughed loudly. He was about to tease him before he saw something all of a sudden. He was shocked to see a battleship of his demon clan. Seeing him surprised, the others also looked at that place. They were all shaken. A muscular figure was standing atop that battleship. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking forward. His eyes seemed to react to the meteors around, while his body generated an unknown energy fluctuation. Gradually, starlight glowed radiantly on his body, as if he had formed a subtle connection with the meteors around. He seemed to become part of this chaotic shooting meteor area. Some surrounding meteors even had his aura. That man was Sure Yen. Chapter 1043. Shoulder the Responsibility. Chapter 1043. Shoulder the Responsibility, __. Meteors moved around Sure Yen like flaming diamonds, changing constantly. They flew around while drawing beautiful lights with explosive power. Sure Yen clasped his hands, standing atop the battleships and looking here and there. His soul was empty, but he seemed to know the directions of those meteors. As soon as his ethereal extent was formed, he had a tremendous change. His power Upanishads had combined perfectly with the ethereal extent. When he urged different energies, the ethereal extent would change accordingly. It cooperated closely with the soul to perform the best subtle ability of one power Upanishad. His ethereal extent looked like a new galaxy, with shining broken stars and a big star that used to be hidden in the nebula in his lower abdomen. That star had the vague energy of life and death. The stars and space were the essential elements of the universe. Today, his ethereal extent seemed to perfectly resize the universe with the eternal life and death energy, magically and continually changing inside. Being the owner of the ethereal extent, he was the sole god of that world who could control everything. His power Upanishads could change endlessly in his ethereal extent, and they could flash in the real world as well. The only thing he regretted was that his devouring power Upanishad didn't merge with the ethereal extent. He vaguely felt that the ability of his devouring power Upanishad didn't need the ethereal extent to become effective. His ethereal extent connected to 720 acupuncture points in his entire body. His acupuncture points were like a bunch of small spaces. If the ethereal extent was a sea, the acupuncture points were 720 small lakes. As long as he could solve the mysteries in there, those lakes could stream into the sea. Perhaps at that moment he could finally understand the magical abilities of the devouring power Upanishad. Sure, Yen had a good vibe he had never had before. Looking at the rocketing meteors, he relaxed his mind to connect his soul consciousness to them. At this moment, he could see something inexplicable. The complex, disorderly trajectories of the stars reflected in his sea of consciousness. Sure, Yen was now able to grasp a good knowledge of their flying rules and courses. It was a new and exciting experience. Swoosh! 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 Silhouettes gathered from the other battleships. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, Feng Yen, Fu Wei, Xia Xen Yen, and Jia Duo appeared, looking at him in awe. You've built the ethereal extent. Blood Devil laughed, his face happy. Fu Wei and Xia Xen Yen had a strange light ripple through their pretty eyes. Yeah, I've successfully built the ethereal extent. Shi Yan smiled modestly. Not as difficult as I thought. The people there were frightened, having a brilliant light flashing in their eyes as they admired and sighed. He had used several months to create the ethereal extent. Compared to the majority of warriors, his speed was incredible. They couldn't have even imagined this kind of a speedy breakthrough. Jia Duo sighed inwardly, frightened of Shi Yan's outstanding talent. He realized his narrow-minded vision, which couldn't recognize Shi Yan's powerful potential. This place is a little strange. While people were still baffled, Shi Yan frowned, looking ahead of them as he said, Those meteors are so powerful. They move really fast with an endless power. As we're flying in this place, we've met a lot of trouble, I assume? Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yen, the 4 incipient God Realm experts, exchanged forced smiles. Jia Duo's face was grimaced. He lowered his voice, whispering, Our potion and tool pavilion has lost 10 battleships. Sure, Yen didn't mind him. He looked at Xia Xen Yen, sighing. You had to endure a lot of trouble that year. He knew of Xia Xen Yan's realm 100 years ago. He also knew that they had to jump into the chaotic space basin from the ice and fire secret domain. On the way to Shadow, ghostly prison, they had to experience so many adversities. Shi Yan could feel for her, thinking about what dangerous and hopeless situation she had to overcome that year. I am living happily now, aren't I? Xia Xen Yen smiled warmly and tenderly. Her beautiful face only had joy, as the gloomy thoughts were all washed away. Fu Wei looked at Shi Yan and Xia Xen Yen whispering to each other, and had a rare lost expression. She could only sigh weakly inwardly. We will enter the most dangerous area in 3 days. At that time, there'll be more shooting stars. The battleships would have to face impacts on a large scale. It's good that you woke up. Otherwise, if the battleship shook, it could have affected your condition. Blood Devil grinned, patting Shi Yan's shoulder. Good. You're doing well. I think your future attainment would surpass mine. As Bath and Gute saw Blood Devil being so excited, they frowned and then turned around to scold McGee and Guillemot, saying that they didn't put much effort and were just playing and messing around. If they didn't set their mind on cultivating, they would never turn into the new stars. McGee didn't bother with it, as he grinned strangely. My brother Shi Yan has extraordinary talents. Of course, normal people can't compare with him. Guillemot just glared at Shi Yan, saying nothing. 3 days later, the meteors in front of them could be seen moving like flaming balls. More than 1,000 fireballs were moving, weaving with each other to create a thick mesh light net. They traveled really fast, giving people an impressive visual shock. Xia Xen Yen discolored, talking all of a sudden. It doesn't look quite right. Feng Yen also knitted her brows. It's much dangerous than the past. It's not what I've seen. Blood Devil, Gute, and Bath looked at the area ahead of them, their faces stern. They all raised one hand to signal their sauntering battleships to stop moving. Feng Yen and Jia Duo immediately signaled to their battleships as well. The battleships of Fighting League and Potion and Tool Pavilion also halted. Many warriors gingerly looked forward, knitting their brows. Electric beams sparked in the void due to those interlaced meteors, creating an explosive energy. The collisions due to the shooting stars were extremely horrifying. No need to mention the battleships. Even the incipient God Realm experts couldn't relax while dealing with them. What awaits behind that area? Shi Yan suddenly asked, looking at Feng Yan and Xia Xian Yan. It's a space hub with passages leading to other star areas. It's the most magical area of the shadow, ghostly prison, with countless space slits. However, most of those space slits aren't clear. The Fighting League isn't sure what kind of dangers await in those space slits, and which star areas they connect to. Feng Yan contemplated for a while. She couldn't help but look at Jia Duo and Fu Wei. Your potion and tool pavilion understands the general picture of Agate Star area much better. Do you have any information about this place? Jia Duo and Fu Wei exchanged looks, forcing a smile. Fu Wei explained, this area has the surveillance light mirrors of the satellite eye, which is a magical tool of potion and tool pavilion. However, Great Elders Will Lu controls this system. Someone is using supernatural powers to block the area ahead. They want to prevent people from entering the area easily. Sure, Yen pondered for a while, closing his eyes to sense. Many shooting stars over there don't belong to the area. Someone has mobilized them and changed their trajectories, so they are wreaking havoc here. Pausing for a while, he took a deep breath, opening his arms. Don't be upset if I attack your confidence. Even if we have 4 incipient God realm experts to protect us, we will lose at least half of the battleships we have here. It's just a modest estimation. I think that the losses would be bigger. As soon as he said that, everyone couldn't help but grimace. It had been several months since they had chosen the quiet route to enter the space canal controlled by the Dark Shadow clan. They had to do that to prevent disclosing their whereabouts. If they used the regular route, the Dark Shadow clan would spot them instantly, and it would be hard to carry out a sudden operation. However, if they returned now, not only they would waste their time, but the Dark Shadow clan would also have a chance to bust them. The Dark Shadow clan had been operating in this area for so many years, and their understanding was much deeper than the Potion and Tool Pavilion or the Fighting Leagues. If they knew this force's whereabouts and purpose, they could set up preparations and ambush. Blood Devil's team would be the ones with bad luck at that point. As we're here, we can only move forward or retreat and quit entering the Dark Shadow clan's space passage. When we change our route, this big commotion will cause us to fall into the Dark Shadow clan's trap. Feng Yan pondered and then said seriously, I suggest returning to Dark Shadow clan and quitting this operation. If we have to pay with the loss of our force, I assume what we may obtain won't make up for our losses. It would be a big blow for us. Jia Duo nodded immediately. I agree. Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute frowned, hesitating. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. It's not impossible to get over it. While they were still discussing, Shi Yan intervened, causing everybody to focus on him. While frowning, Shi Yan closed his eyes in front of many people. A wave of magical energy, fluctuation expanded from him quietly, extending towards the chaotic area of madly shooting stars. After Shi Yan had generated his ethereal extent, his understanding of star power Upanishad had advanced by one more step. He could vaguely create a contact with many kinds of star. The meteors were also stars, so Shi Yan used his soul consciousness as his eyes. He urged the star power Upanishad, with his sea of consciousness surging. As a result, a dazzling, beautiful picture appeared in his soul. It was the dangerous, ever-changing area in front of them. Each of the ever-shifting flaming meteors with a terrifying, explosive energy seemed to be reflected in his mind. Their trajectories that ordinary people could never know now had a wisp of Shi Yan's soul consciousness, which helped him understand the exact moving pattern of each meteor. He concentrated, understanding them in silence. He stood still while having a good grasp of the flying rules of more than 1,000 meteors. Everybody watched him, not disturbing him with even a single word. They all had a miraculous feeling that they could trust Shi Yan. He was the one with the wonderful abilities to overturn this situation. They could vaguely recognize that Shi Yan could use his soul consciousness to contact those meteors. With this thought, they knew that the ones who could lead them through that matrix of perilous meteors weren't the 4 incipient God Realm experts. Rather, it would be Shi Yan. This feeling was hard to describe with words, but it was there in their hearts. They all looked at him with hope. After a long time, Shi Yan took in a deep breath, his eyes as bright as diamonds. He smiled. "We will hover for now. Then, we will move forward in my direction. That's how we can get through that area without any harm. I've scattered my soul consciousness, sending wisps to each shooting star. I know their flying trajectories." Everybody had their eyes brightening. Sigma_Sigma Honor. "Hey guys, if you see any chapter with a missing part, please send me a message in my Discord. I'll translate missing part and add it in later. Support me at patreon.com/Sigma_Soma. Donate at PayPal, me/Sigma_Soma. Vote, vote, vote. Let's make top 10 again. Mass release if GOS reach top 10 at the end of the month. Chapter 1044. The Remains of the Holy Beast. Chapter 1044. The Remains of the Holy Beast. _. Move forward, faster. Stop. Move at max speed. Slow down. Slow down now. Shi Yan stood on the leading battleship. He squinted as if he was becoming one with the meteors and continually gave directions. Around them were the thickly moving meteors. They fell like the heavy rain, moving along with a surging, powerful energy. Around 1,000 battleships of Demon Clan, Monster Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion were moving forward like the sharp lance. Sometimes they ran fast, while they had to slow down at the other times. Still, they were moving steadily through the shower of meteors. Each direction of Shi Yan was passed to all the battleships. This massive group of battleships followed his instruction to change its speed. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yan, the 4 incipient God Realm experts, guarded the front and the back of the battleships. They were ready if something terrible happened. Shi Yan would often make them enter the area with the thickest meteors. In the beginning, everybody was suspicious. They thought he was just making things up and guiding them around. And those meteors weren't still. They were moving at breakneck speed. In front of their eyes, it was a chaotic area of shooting stars. But when their battleships arrived, the meteors scattered, revealing a long, narrow canal which could reluctantly allow them to keep moving through. After several times, people could eventually calm their nerves. They all followed Shi Yan's direction without any objection. Shi Yan became the Ruji Jingu Bang of this group. Under his direction, this group of battleships had to bob a lot. However, they were all safe, as they didn't have any deadly collision with the meteors anymore. Jia Duo and Fu Wei looked at Shi Yan in the front of the battleship from a distance, their faces complicated. They understood that without Shi Yan, when this group of 1,000 battleships moved forward, their Potion and Tool Pavilion would have had to bear a significant loss. They didn't have an incipient God Realm expert to watch over them. Whenever they encountered danger, the Potion and Tool Pavilion would receive the harshest consequence. 10 smashed battleships were enough to prove this. At this moment, they were struggling while moving forward through a more dangerous area. However, the battleships of Potion and Tool Pavilion were safe, and they didn't have to bear losses anymore. Although Jia Duo kept his prejudice toward Shi Yan, he couldn't deny that the Potion and Tool Pavilion owed Shi Yan this time. "This man's really mysterious and unpredictable," Jia Duo sighed. After this event, he would receive more favors from the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and the Fighting League. His future in Agate Star area would be clear and bright. Fu Wei nodded. He can break through to a new realm pretty quickly. At his current speed, he could reach the incipient God realm within 100 years. At that time, he would have a position in Agate Star area and would become the new dazzling star and even a new legend. Jia forced a smile. I've underestimated him. Fortunately, he has a fair relationship with our party. If he were with great elders Walu, he would be our nightmare. Fu Wei said weakly. Yeah, you have keen eyes. I'm not as good as you. Jia admitted reluctantly. It's good that you've already established a friendship with him. Without him in the Life Star number 9, the Ghostmark clan and Dark Shadow clan would have killed us all. Jia looked at Fu Wei with his torch-like eyes. Yes, it's true, muttered Fu Wei. That time, there's something we don't know, right? Did that third sky of incipient god realm expert come for him? Asked Jia. Fu Wei pondered for a while before giving a slight nod. Jia eyes radiated faint light. He gazed at Fu Wei for a while and then said, It's unfortunate that the pavilion master can't get married. Otherwise, if you could be with him, it would be something everybody would feel happy about. Fu Wei blushed and sighed. I don't have that fortune. Xia Xianyan is much better than me in all aspects. You don't need to think much. Jia sighed, shaking his head. He didn't talk more. What's the relationship between you and him? In another corner of the battleship, Feng Yan frowned while asking. Xia Xianyan was perplexed. She turned around, looking at Feng Yan. Then, she nodded and asked with surprise, What do you mean? I'm saying that. Have you and Shi Yan reached that step yet? Asked Feng Yan seriously. While smiling, Xia Xianyan didn't answer but cried, Why does Precursor Feng Yan care about my personal matter? Your personal matter is very important in our hegemon's eyes. Feng Yan hissed. Pondering for a while, she said, I support you too. Xia Xianyan's eyes brightened as she smiled. I think you always want me to save effort for my cultivation, don't you? In Fighting League, you've helped me stop many suitors. In front of the hegemon, you've always opposed anything that may distract me. Why do you say so today? That boy is a good kid. Feng Yan looked at Shi Yan standing far from them, smiling lovingly. And only he could be a perfect match for you. I was young once, and I've experienced the knot of love. It's regrettable that a woman does not have even a single romantic relationship to recall when she gets older. I don't want you to become an old, senile maid. He won't agree, Xia Xianyan contemplated, smiling begrudgingly. He is really conservative and stubborn. Feng Yan's face was also severe. He treats you like you're his blood younger sister. He always does. He thinks all the factors that can affect your cultivation should be squeezed off. It's not easy to convince him. Anyway, if that boy can be stronger to the point he gets the hegemon's approval, and the hegemon can't smash him with his tricks, perhaps your relationship would be successful. So, do you think he can reach such a peak? Xia Xianyan's face was happy. Feng Yan pondered for a while and then nodded smilingly. I think he can. Xia Xianyan was so happy she couldn't hide it. She stooped and smiled joyfully. Hey, old dog, your fortune isn't bad. You've got a strong fellow like him. No wonder why you didn't regret anything when you wanted to storm into Shadow, ghostly prison to find him. Bath looked at Blood Devil talking. I didn't get why you did that at that time. I didn't know why you suddenly went crazy, either. But now I know that you've done the right things this time. Gute added, Shi Yan isn't ordinary indeed. Our Agate Star area hasn't had any outstanding juniors like him. As you and him are from the same tribe, Blood Devil, you have made a huge fortune this time. Blood Devil laughed cheerily until his eyes squinted and said excitedly, Sure I did. In Devil Blood Star, Shi Yan had given him the inheritance of Death Power Upanishad, which had triggered his realm to the point of another breakthrough. From that moment, he knew Shi Yan wasn't an ordinary warrior. He appreciated and took care of this fellow carefully. Thus, when Shi Yan sent him the message saying that he was in a trouble that could take his life, Blood Devil immediately went to Shadow, ghostly prison to save Shi Yan. He wanted Shi Yan to be safe and sound. What had happened had proven his premonition. Shi Yan knew of the earth-shaking conspiracy of the Dark Shadow Clan and God Clan. With his charisma and the endless potential, Shi Yan had gained the approval from Gute and Bath of the Monster Clan. Blood Devil knew that from now on, Bath and Gute would consider Shi Yan as the #1 character, no longer looking down on him. Through this trip to the Space Canal of the Dark Shadow Clan, Shi Yan's reputation would reach another height. He would become a key person, such that the forces everywhere in Agate Star area would have to keep their eyes on him. Soaring was the word to describe Shi Yan's situation. Blood Devil felt so happy. His smile became happier and broader. Shi Yan didn't know how Feng Yan of Fighting League, Jaduo and Fu Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the 3 experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan had assessed him. He didn't know that after this time he had stepped into the divine eyes of those famous characters for the first time. He had officially entered the great arena of shadow, ghostly prison. His soul consciousness was still flying ahead as he was trying to capture the rules and trajectories of those meteors. After all, he had to give the directions continually. After an unknown time, Shi Yan felt tired. He then sensed the directions of the surrounding meteors before he could exhale in relief. He could sense they had passed the toughest section. The road ahead would be much easier. Taking a deep breath, he didn't release more energy. He retrieved a part of his soul consciousness, sitting down quietly. 15 minutes later, 2 silhouettes approached him looking thrilled. Opening his eyes, Shi Yan was surprised. What's happened? They were Zhua, Shi, and Xianming, who should be staying inside the battleship at this moment. They looked so excited, pointing in a direction with their eyes brightened. I felt it. I did feel it. It's the aura of the remains of our holy ancestor. Zhua Shi flung her arms, jumping up and down. Her small, white hand pointed at a meteor, which was moving neither slow nor fast ahead of them. It's inside that star. Over there. Xianming's eyes were watery as he screamed continually. We've finally found the remains of our holy ancestor. It's right in shadow, ghostly prison. Shi Yan was touched. He knew why Zhua Shi and Xianming entered shadow, ghostly prison. It was because of the body of the Black Tortoise, one of the 4 holy beasts in the Grace mainland. He was an ancient beast in the immemorial epoch. He had left the Grace mainland to enter the vast universe a long, long time ago. Creatures that belonged to the Black Tortoise family knew how to swim. When they were born, they would have already understood the power of water, which made them incredibly strong. Their ancestors lived in the immemorial epoch, which was much before the time the seeds of the God Clan landed. The 4 holy beasts had passed down the inheritance through their bloodlines. Zhua Shi's blood had the inheritance seal of the Black Tortoise. However, the seal was just a seal. It didn't carry the essence knowledge of Black Tortoise's realm advancement accumulated over tens of thousands of years. According to Zhua Shi and Xianming, the remains of Black Tortoise had the water essence of their ancestor. Once Zhua Shi got it, she could transform immediately. No one could have expected that Zhua Shi could really sense the aura of the holy beast Black Tortoise in this area. Looking in the direction her finger pointing at, Shi Yan sent a flow of his soul consciousness to check that shooting star. He found that the star seemed to have an ocean with thick moisture. His soul consciousness was blocked by the foam and water bubbles, such that it couldn't reflect the situation inside that meteor. Shi Yan immediately knew that it should be something magical in the core of that shooting star. If Zhua Shi weren't wrong, the remains of the holy beast Black Tortoise should be there. Shi Yan, you must help me. Zhua Shi looked at him with begging eyes. Yeah, don't worry. I'll help you get it. Chapter 1045, The Change of the Co-Soul. Chapter 1045, The Change of the Co-Soul. _. Sure, Yen didn't hurry to help Sure take the remains of the holy beast black tortoise. Although this area was relatively safe, the meteors were still moving. It wasn't a good idea for almost 1,000 battleships to anchor here. Informing Sure Yen closed his eyes, giving directions to guide 1,000 battleships into the safe route. Half a day later, when the meteors around them gradually disappeared, Yen exhaled in relief. Blood Devil's team gathered, their faces happy and full of smiles. Everybody knew that without Yen, they couldn't have crossed that savagely disordered area. Even Jia Duo, the one with a bad prejudice against Yen, also came to express his sincere thanks. After all, without Yen, the potion and tool pavilion might have no battleship left after they forcefully crossed that area. Feng Yan and the others could finally relax. They immediately turned to excited mode as they wanted to get into the passage, which the Dark Shadow clan guarded immediately. Wait for me. I need to get back there for several days, blurted Yen. People didn't know what he wanted. Why do you want to get back there? Asked Blood Devil with surprise. In that chaotic shooting stars area, I found something very important to me. Sure, Yen didn't want to say it clearly. Give me a war chariot. It won't take long. After I'm done with it, I will come and find you guys. Do you want me to go with you? Blood Devil wanted to shoulder the responsibility with him. No need. Blood Devil nodded. He didn't even ask him to be careful because, in his eyes, the dangerous place to other people couldn't trouble Yen. He then immediately arranged a war chariot for Yen. Yen floated, jumping on the war chariot. He waved at Swisher. Then, under everyone's gaze, he returned to the perilous area they had just got rid of. Shortly after, the war chariot brought them back to the area of the chaotic shooting stars. Yen released his soul consciousness to navigate. He used his soul to drive the war chariot, moving slowly. Sometimes it swayed to dodge the meteors, which seemed like flaming diamonds. Not long afterward, Yan's face changed, smiling. I found it. Swisher smiled excitedly. The war chariot turned into a beam of light, zooming over that massive meteor which had the flaming fluid on its surface. The star looked as red as a burning iron. While it was moving unceasingly, the meteor seemed like boiling, fiery lava. Their war chariot couldn't stand the high temperature of that meteor and was about to melt. Yen was frightened. He left the war chariot and hurried to use his energy, creating a light cage to cover himself and Swisher. Floating inside the beautiful light cage, Yen and Swisher slowly landed on the surface of the meteor. The surface of this star looked as if it had rivers made of flaming fluid, which released waves of fiery light. It was so hot that even his starlight cage was a little twisted. It's too hot. Swisher stuck her tongue out, which also made her look cute. She took off her white coat, revealing her moon-bright arms. Her innocent face reddened like a ripe apple. Yen chuckled while his mind flickered as he said, "We need something." Touching his glabella, Yen urged the energy of his co-soul to mobilize the extremely cold aura of the ice-cold flame. Shortly, the icy cold air diffused from his body, which strengthened the starlight cage, giving it a layer of crystal ice. The hot temperature was blocked outside. The different energies of the ambience and the ice cage collided, causing steam to rise up as the burning feeling was swept away. Swisher suddenly felt so cool and comfortable that she couldn't utter a word for a while. She then smiled like a blooming flower while talking to Yen. "Thank you, Yen Gigi." Yen didn't say anything. His brows twitched as he observed the meteors underneath. A strange light shot out of his eyes. After reaching the ethereal god realm, he had checked his co-soul. It seemed to have had some magical changes, but they were so subtle that he couldn't describe them. His co-soul seemed to have had changes in its structure, The aura of the heaven flames and origin had merged perfectly with his soul. Vaguely, he knew that his co-soul was transformed, but he didn't know the details. However, after landing on this meteor, his co-soul released some marvelous vibes which resonated with some energy fluctuation in this place. He felt that it could give him a chance to understand something new. It looked like something inside this meteor had attracted Shurian's co-soul, something that should be fused with the co-soul, as if it used to be a part which had gone missing somehow. Zwisher didn't understand as she looked at him with surprise while asking, "What happened?" Shaking his head, Shurian didn't answer immediately. He drove the light cage, taking Zwisher to sway through a crack on the ground, which could have been caused by a volcano eruption. They slowly descended to the core of the star. Shortly after, a layer of viscous energy stood in front of Shurian and Zwisher like water, which the light cage made of starlight and cold energy couldn't get through. Furrowing his brows, Shurian released a wisp of soul consciousness, trying to drill through the barrier. Puff! It felt like he was barging into a rubber ball as his wisp of soul consciousness bounced backward. He couldn't get through the water-like barrier at all. Seeing this, Shurian became interested. His bright eyes studied the barrier condensed by some special energy, trying to use his soul to understand it. After several breaths, his eyes brightened and he couldn't help but shout, "It's the aura of the origin." Each ancient continent had one origin. Sure, Yen hadn't figured out what the origin was, but he understood one thing. The origin of an ancient continent had the power to gather the energy of the immense universe. The universe was immensely vast. Space, even a speck of dust in a galaxy, or the secret areas all had energy. Those kinds of energy floated and appeared everywhere in the universe. Ordinary warriors couldn't collect this kind of energy, and it was of no use to them. Only the ancient continents could gather the magical energies, storing them in the core of the planet to convert them into heaven and earth energy. A part of this energy could form the divine crystals or even evolve into living beings. It could be said that the heaven and earth energy of a life star, the energy from divine crystals, spiritual chi, demon chi, dark chi, corpse chi, and yin chi that the warriors could absorb, as well as the energy of the sun and the moon, could be converted from this kind of energy that existed everywhere. Although it existed in every corner of the vast universe, it was like an invisible ocean. Different kinds of energies one could use in this world were the results of such energy being converted into them. The ancient continents with an origin could gather those kinds of energies and convert them to allow the planet to have magical abilities. Inside the water-like barrier under the surface of the meteor was the aura of the origin from the Grace mainland. It was weak and diluted, which was far behind the origin his co-soul had. However, in combination with the water power Upanishad, it gave the water barrier a subtle defense that was hard to resolve. Of course, it was hard for ordinary people. Shurian's co-soul was the origin of the Grace mainland, and that wisp of origin underneath came from the same source as his. Sure, Yen calmed down, trying to establish a connection as his co-soul moved slowly. However, it could create a magical suction force, drawing the weak wisp of origin that had merged into the water barrier. Then, that wisp of origin entered Shurian's co-soul. Without that feeble support from the origin, the marvelous defense of the water barrier was resolved. Zwisher screamed happily as she tore the water barrier without waiting for Shurian to react. The two of them got inside the meteor. Behind the barrier was a world of brilliantly colored gemstones. The remains of an immemorial creature lied there. It was several thousand meters long, with a snake head and a turtle body. However, it didn't have skin or flesh, but the crystalline, gem-like bones. Inside the bones, they could hear the water murmuring with a magical aura. Sure, Yen floated in the void, looking at the remains of the holy beast black tortoise lying on the ground full of sparkling gemstones. he felt a natural respect. The body of the black tortoise was several thousand meters long, which was much more imposing than the biggest battleship he had ever seen. And that was in the condition that there was no flesh remaining. Shi Yan could imagine how terrifying this immemorial creature would have been when it moved in the air. While he was admiring, Zhuo was crying. Her crystal-clear tears rolled down her face as she sobbed. Her diamond-like tears dropped like precious gemstones, falling on the remains of the holy beast black tortoise. An unclear energy wave fluctuated from Zhuo and the holy beast black tortoise. In the next moment, the remains of the holy beast turned into countless shining spots. They became so dazzling, while the solid body suddenly turned into an illusion. It flew up little by little until it hovered above Zhuo's head. Zhuo was dumbstruck. She immediately sat down cross-legged, mobilizing her subtle energy to guide the illusion of the holy beast black tortoise. Gradually, the illusion disappeared into her body. The incomparable several thousand-meter-long illusion was slowly disappearing into Zhuo's soft, petite body. Shi Yan was so surprised that he couldn't move his eyes from Zhuo, his face baffled. He saw some tattoo appear on Zhuo's exposed arms and shoulders. That mysterious tattoo was the trace of the illusion of the black tortoise. In the beginning, it was pretty clear, but after a while it faded and completely disappeared, as if it had dissolved into Zhuo's flesh and blood. Zhuo's body echoed the murmuring sounds of water. It was gentle to the ears and could soothe people. As Shi Yan listened to the relaxing flowing water sound, his heart calmed down. His soul started to change as his soul consciousness bobbed. It seemed like some magical abilities of his co-soul had been triggered. He was shaken while a beautiful light sparkled in his eyes, and he felt thrilled. His co-soul was slowly gathering the scattered energy in the vast sea of stars, which were the remnants of different kinds of energies that only the ancient continents could have. The bits of such energies were guided by the co-soul, moving towards the ethereal extent he had just formed. At this moment, his co-soul seemed to become a magical core of the ancient continent that could drag and absorb the energy scattered everywhere in this universe. Although it was slow and little, it did exist. Shi Yan was sensitive enough to spot it. He knew that those remnants of energy were the primal form of the heaven and earth energy. Although they weren't pure, they could be converted to the magical essence qi, dark qi, demon qi, yin qi, and the other pure energies. However, Shi Yan didn't know the true value of those kinds of energies. Those remnants of outer space energy flowed into his ethereal extent torrentially, making it closer to the real universe. The radiant star in that world seemed to be developed into an ancient continent, which was gathering energy from the real world to create a mysterious domain. Chapter 1046, Cutting Space. Chapter 1046, Cutting Space, _ Shi Yan woke up feeling better than ever, his face joyful. Although he didn't know what the energy remnant in outer space flooding his ethereal extent could do, he was sure it wasn't harmful to him, because he could feel his ethereal extent was changing magically in silence. Inside the meteor lied so many colored gemstones, which were so precious in the world of ordinary people. However, to Shi Yan, a warrior cultivating the heaven and earth energy, they were nothing. Those gemstones didn't contain the heaven and earth energy. They weren't divine crystals. On the other side, the remains of the holy beast black tortoise had wholly disappeared into Zhuo's body. She sat cross-legged on the ground, filled with magnificent gemstones, looking calm while smiling naturally. Shi Yan studied her, and his eyes smilingly brightened. Zhuo had broken through to the original God realm. The remains of the holy beast black tortoise should have given many supernatural powers to Zhuo, the one carrying the black tortoise's bloodline. Otherwise, she couldn't have reached the original God realm that fast. Zuo-Shi's progress was incredible in Shi Yan's eyes. When he met her in this galaxy, Zuo-Shi was only at the second sky of King God realm. With the pellets Fu Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion gave her, she had reached the third sky of King God realm easily. Yet today, she made another big step forward. Shi Yan wasn't hurried, as he stayed and watched Zuo-Shi in silence. Zuo-Shi wore a pure long white dress, and her posture was so cute. Her delicate face was decorated with long eyelashes. Even when she was sitting, her long-limbed figure made people feel for her. Sure, Yan always had good feelings for Zuo-Shi. When he was still in the quiet cloud land or the sky meteor city, he had been close to Zuo-Shi. With the relationship between the Shi family and the Zuo family, Shi Yan and Zuo-Shi were engaged. However, since the other Shi Yan didn't want to cultivate his martial path, but put his whole life effort on studying ancient books and relics, the Zuo family was utterly disappointed. Thus, they renounced the engagement unilaterally. When Shi Yan's soul got into that body, he had exposed his talent shortly after. Zuo-Su regretted his past decision and had mentioned this engagement one more time to Shi Jian. At that time, Shi Yan had already left for the Endless Sea, so they couldn't do anything about this engagement anymore. Even after hundreds of years, he had always been fighting, not having even a moment of peace. And he didn't stay in the quiet cloud land anymore. Gradually, Zuo-Su erased that reluctant thought from his mind. Sometimes Shi Yan thought that if he hadn't entered the Endless Sea, he would have had a marriage with Zuo-Shi that everybody would have to admire. However, their plan couldn't have followed the changes of wind. His character would have given him troubles, and wouldn't let him live in a place for the rest of his life. He thought and chuckled after a while. Zuo-Shi opened her eyes, showing her clear eyes, which didn't have any conspiracies hidden in them. She looked at Shi Yan while smiling gently. I've reached the original God realm. Perhaps because Zuo-Shi was so happy, she stood up, moving agilely toward Shi Yan. She threw her arms around his neck, talking happily. I'm so happy I've broken through another realm. This time, I'm sure my grandpa would be thrilled. Zuo-Shi's body was soft, with a refreshing and sweet fragrance. She was like a good wine that seeped into people's hearts. Her small face wore an excited expression, which was so attractive. As she was hugging his neck, Shi Yan couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. Taking in the sweet aroma on her body, Shi Yan's breathing became heavy. This sweet maiden made him unable to hold it in. Shi Yan Gidge, you're bad. Zuo-Shi could feel something. Her beautiful eyes rolled, pretending to throw a glance at Shi Yan's lower abdomen. She immediately let him off and swayed at her spot, covering her pink lips with both hands. You're bad. So bad. Shi Yan was embarrassed. He smiled shyly before he could talk again. As said in the agreement between the Shi family and the Zuo family, you and I were engaged even before we were born. Haha, you could be my wife. PTSSS. Zuo-Shi stuck her tongue. I don't want to be your wife. You're flirty. I'm sure I couldn't be happy being your wife. I should be your little sister. Haha. I like the feeling when you protect me. I don't like your dissolute face. Scratching his head, Shi Yan didn't want to tease her further. He said, if you're done, we should go. He was worried that Blood Devil's team would be worried for them and come back here to search. Since it was related to the invasion of the God clan, Shi Yan didn't dare to act recklessly. He must get the answer as soon as possible. All right. Zuo-Shi smiled like a blooming flower. I've reached the original God realm, but I think I can continue to break through. What happened to the remains of the holy beast Black Tortoise? Asked Shi Yan. He was a little surprised. They merged into my soul. They have become an illusion of Black Tortoise in the form of a seal as a part of my soul. Zhuo didn't have any caution when talking to Shi Yan, so she explained to him clearly. But I don't know how to use it yet. I think I need time to adapt to it and understand it further. Shi Yan was amazed. He stayed baffled for a while before he could talk again. Congrats! I think you've received the genuine inheritance of Black Tortoise. Your future will be immeasurable. Of course! Zhuo thrust out her ample bosom, talking confidently like an arrogant swan. The two chatted for a while and then flew out of the meteor, landing on the war chariot anchored in the void. They immediately rode the war chariot back to the place. After a while, Shi Yan knitted his brows, his face darkening. Zhuo was also surprised. Something's wrong. I can't feel their life energy fluctuation. Before Zhuo had reached the original God realm and her soul had transformed, she could sense the warriors at the lower realm within a specific scale. However, as Zhuo had just released her soul consciousness, she couldn't feel anything. She looked at Shi Yan with surprise. Can you feel them? Within our sensing range, they shouldn't be far from us. Perhaps they left without us. Is it possible? Shi Yan darkened his face. It's impossible. He had earned the trust of Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yan. It was just several days, and he did explain the situation to them. Blood Devil's team weren't some sort of impatient people. Shi Yan's realm was higher than Zhuo's. After he had reached the ethereal god realm, with a deeper understanding of life power Upanishad, his sensing power towards life should be much more powerful. However, it was the same when he sensed. He couldn't feel any commotion from Blood Devil's group. It was just several days. Blood Devil wouldn't ditch him here and leave first. What had happened? The war chariot roared, moving like a light arrow while heading towards the area where 1,000 battleships were anchored. Shi Yan's face changed. Looking at the area where space had collapsed, his face was extremely stern. Space in that area collapsed deeply. They could see the fine space slits by the edge of that area, with brilliant outer space streamers. Since Shi Yan had cultivated space power Upanishad, he was struck at first glance. He knew what happened to that area. That piece of space was cut off and moved away directly. Shi Yan couldn't do such tricks. Although Jaduo had also cultivated space power Upanishad, even he didn't have such ability, unless that warrior who used the space ability had reached the incipient god realm. Observing that collapsed space, Shi Yan released his soul consciousness to sense, and his face became even more severe while a strange light sparkled in his eyes. After a while, he took a deep breath. Some expert cultivating space power Upanishad came here. That warrior used his supernatural ability to cut the space where the monster clan, demon clan, potion and tool pavilion, and fighting league were gathering, and moved it away. Zhuo was frightened, asking, "That dangerous?" Beaming a forced smile, Shi Yan said, "Yeah, the warriors who have cultivated space power Upanishad to incipient god realm can be that strong. They can cut and move spaces. It's unimaginable to ordinary people, but they do have such powers. So, what should we do?" Zhuo looked upset. Old Xianming's still with them. Although he's strict with me, he just wants me to be better. I don't want anything bad happening to him. I don't want to see them encounter bad things, either. Shi Yan frowned. He also cultivated space power Upanishad, especially after he had stepped into ethereal god realm. He knew how terrifying the warriors with space power Upanishad could be. People with space power Upanishad had many tricks to deal with the enemies. They didn't need to use much energy to attack anyway. For example, if he fought with a warrior at the same level, he could tear a piece of space to drag the enemy in there. He could use the chaotic space basin to wear out the enemy's energy to death. The chaotic space basin hiding in the space slits was extremely dangerous. Unless the enemy also cultivated space power Upanishad, which would help him find the exit, it would be impossible to get out. An expert who could cut the space should be able to apply such magical abilities. If the enemy brought the space where Blood Devil's team was staying to some death traps, even if Blood Devil and the others had reached incipient God realm, they wouldn't be able to break out of there. Xia Yen, Blood Devil, Fei Lan, Leona, Katua, Benny, and so many people he was concerned about were in that group. Sure, Yen knew that with his current realm and power, he couldn't help them much even if he could find them. Anyhow, he must find them. So, what should we do to find them? Zhuo was so worried that her petite face had reddened. Why did some expert with space power suddenly attack them? Shi Yen fell into silence. After a while he said, "Should be the Dark Shadow Clan." "Why?" "The Dark Shadow Clan is clearing the Space Canal, preparing the way for the God Clan's invasion. If they want to drill through the Space Passage, they must have some experts cultivating space power Upanishad. I had thought about it earlier, but I didn't expect the others to be so strong. They even have incipient God realm experts. If I had known it earlier, I wouldn't have taken risks." The Agate Star area didn't have any expert cultivating space power Upanishad at the incipient God realm. Jia Duo was the strongest here, but he had only reached the third sky of ethereal God realm. Shi Yen knew how strenuous it was to break through to the new realm for such warriors. Thus, he instinctively assumed that the experts of their enemy had only reached the ethereal God realm. He made such a presumption, and the Dark Shadow expert, who cultivated space power Upanishad, had given him a slap on his face today with his actual ability. "Sigh, I calculated wrongly. I forgot that the Dark Shadow Clan isn't a race from the Agate Star area. They have been dependent on the strongest clan in this universe, and have operated in other galaxies as well. It has been countless years, perhaps. It's not impossible if this clan has incipient God realm experts who cultivate the space power Upanishad. So, can you find them?" Zhuo was quite worried. "I should be able to do that." Chapter 1047, Poisonous Sea. Chapter 1047, Poisonous Sea, _ A drop of scarlet immortal demon blood boiled, evaporating into red mist, which flashed and then disappeared into thin air. Zhuo frowned and looked at Shi Yen curiously. Her eyes brightened. Shi Yen squinted and used the mysterious power of the demon blood to search. The demon blood was indeed magical. When he was still in Raging Flamestar area, he could use it to sense life energy, fluctuations of his family's members in Grace Mainland. Today, as his realm had reached ethereal God realm, his understanding of demon blood also advanced. No matter where Blood Devil had gone to, he could sense and locate him. After a while, his eyes sparkled and he lowered his voice. "I found them." Driving the war chariot, he brought Zhuo flying forward at a very quick speed. After 1 hour, they reached the most incredible area of Shadow Ghostly Prison. Staying between the radiant outer space streamers were the space slits that were torn apart. This place was the entrance where Agate Star area was connected to the other star areas. Many of those space slits could lead to other worlds out there. Of course, most of the space passages here were stuck. Some passages hid the extreme dangers. Getting in without a thorough investigation could lead to a death, which happened even faster than when facing a higher realm enemy. Inside the space passages were different, mysterious, and yet fatal traps that the warriors who didn't have space power shouldn't enter. That was how they could save their souls from vanishing. So many space slits, Zhuo was curious. It looks similar to the border sea in Grace Mainland. Shi Yen nodded. There are so many magical things in the world. Many star areas connect to each other. To the experts, if they are strong enough, they could use those space passages to reach many different galaxies. I heard that a long, long time ago, the big star areas did have a close relationship. They would trade goods of their areas to receive cultivating materials from other star areas. It's not like that anymore. Zwasher was surprised. Sure, Yen beamed a forced smile, shaking his head. No, it isn't. Why? Because creatures couldn't escape greed. Why do you say that? A long, long time ago, the big races have considered cultivating themselves as their top priority. Many clans loved peace. They wouldn't trespass. However, some clans started to become stronger and stronger. Gradually, they became less content with their lot. They began to invade other star areas. After pausing for a while, Shi Yen continued, different star areas have different races and different forces. For example, the high-level star areas could have stronger warriors in general. If they find a new star area whose level is lower than theirs with a general weak competence, they won't be kind enough to help the others grow. Quite the contrary, they will slaughter to rob their resources. Zwasher wasn't dumb. Listening to Shi Yen, she understood immediately. It's like when the experts of Agate Star area come through the space passage to invade our Grace mainland. What do you think Grace mainland would have faced? Shi Yen sighed. In the best situation, we would be captured to become slaves, or more likely, we would have all been massacred. He continued his explanation. That's why different star areas slowly cut off relationships with each other. Some star areas have unilaterally blocked the entrance, or the space passage leading to other areas. They don't want the stronger forces from the higher-level star area come to invade their land, especially when the God clan is getting stronger and stronger. It becomes a nightmare of the big star areas. Is it true that most of the space canals in this area were broken purposely? Asked Zwasher. Shi Yen nodded. Yeah, it's true. Although Agate Star area is a high-level star area, it's weaker than the God clan. As they don't want the other strong clans to invade them, they will initially block or break those space passages. Xia Xan Yen was able to come here that year because Grace Mainland is a low-level star area. Perhaps in the Agate Star area's experts' opinions, our star area could never be a threat to them. They may even have thought that Grace Mainland could be a potential target. Thus, they didn't destroy that passage. Since Shi Yen had experienced many unfortunate events, he wasn't innocent anymore. His understanding of people's behaviors had become more thorough. He understood how evil and cruel people could be. Where are they? Asked Zwasher. Sure, Yen pointed at a torn space slit. Inside that space slit. Do we need to get in there? Of course, yes. The war chariot hissed, moving like a lightning strike and swaying through the space slit in just a blink of an eye. They had crossed many brilliantly colorful streamers as if they were moving in a space-time tunnel. After a long time traveling, the war chariot halted. It's so cold. Zwasher shivered. She looked ahead of them, becoming very surprised. Ah, there's a sea. How could a sea exist inside the space tunnel? Ahead of them was a sea with murmuring waves. Snowflakes were falling above the sea. It was strange that this sea had colorful steam and mist hovering, which decorated with a ribbon-like outer space streamers. There was no earth and heaven energy, no sun, moon, or any star. In this closed world, Shi Yen and Zwasher couldn't sense any commotion of living beings. However, the magical sea was surging as if it was changing somehow. As their war chariot was hovering above the sea, Shi Yen at his ethereal god realm also felt chilled. He couldn't help but shudder. The icy aura came from the sea, but that sea only had snowflakes. The water wasn't frozen. Gusts of cold wind blew from a far distance, which was so severe that they could freeze people's bones and crack them. Zwasher had reached original god realm for not a long time. Her small face was pale, which showed how tremendous the cold air emitted from this sea was. Blocks of green, purple, blue, and red smokes hovered above the sea as if they were the rising sea water. A cluster of misty green clouds slowly approached their war chariot. The rigid war chariot melted as the green smoke covered it. The iron was dissolved, oozing. Shurian changed his visage and shouted, "It's poisonous! An extreme poison!" He was so frightened, pulling Zwishur's hand to take her to another area. He sternly looked at the green misty clouds. He took a deep breath. That smoke contains extreme poison that can erode even metals. We can't stand it. So dangerous. Zwishur discolored. Shurian didn't reply and just frowned. He released his soul consciousness, wandering around the different colored clusters of cloud above the sea. After a while, his face became more grimaced. Those colorful clusters of clouds were extremely poisonous, and among them, the purple one was the most dangerous. Shurian's soul consciousness couldn't even stand it. The poison of that cloud could stick on the wisps of soul consciousness to enter his soul altar. It seemed to be able to attack the soul altar. He hurried to urge the co-soul, using the heaven flame to create a flaming barrier to prevent the poison from entering his soul altar. Those colorful clusters of smoke came from the evaporating mist of the sea. It was like something extremely noxious was hiding under the sea and releasing the toxins. The location of Blood Devil he had sensed was also under the sea, which made Shurian more anxious and down. He was sure that Blood Devil's group was under the sea, although he didn't know what they were dealing with. He knew that their situation wasn't favorable. "Don't use your soul consciousness," shouted Shurian. Zwishur shivered like a bird perching on a curved branch of a tree. Her small face paled as she spoke with fear. The soul consciousness can't bear it either. Shurian darkened his face, looking at the sea underneath. His brows knitted tightly. There's a sea inside the space tunnel. It was a new experience for him, though. He didn't know if this sea was formed naturally or if someone had set it up with a particular purpose. However, he could confirm that something really perilous was hiding under the sea. Otherwise, Blood Devil's group wouldn't be restrained down there. "What should we do now?" asked Zwishur. Shurian kept silent, releasing his soul consciousness one more time. This time he didn't dare to investigate those toxic clusters of smoke, but sneaked into the sea. SSSSSS. Shurian took a breath of cold air. He was pale. He couldn't help but scream. The sea water's freezing. My soul consciousness can't stand it. F*CK. What the heck is this F*King place? Hearing him cursing in fear, Zwishur's small face wore a grimace. She didn't dare to release her soul consciousness. She looked at him uneasily. "Why do I feel everything is wrong here?" "Yeah, you're right," Shurian sighed. "Before we figure out how, we shouldn't do anything rashly. Don't use your soul consciousness, either. Stay away from any unusual things. The sea water, the colorful smokes. Stay away from them. Those things can kill you." Our enemies must have absolute confidence, as they had brought Blood Devil's group here. They must think that Blood Devil's group couldn't wiggle out of this place, and that they will die eventually. His mind was clear now. Blood Devil and the others were at incipient God Realm. If they were moved here, the one who did that apparently thought that this area could confine even incipient God Realm experts, preventing them from using their supernatural powers. Even the mighty Blood Devil was confined undersea. If Shurian could investigate it easily, it would be unusual, though. Even the soul consciousness couldn't get through that sea water. No doubt we would die immediately if we dip our god body into the sea. Zwishur stuck her tongue out, her innocent face fearful. "Did my old man die?" "I don't know." Shurian was also confused and anxious. He frowned deeply. "For the time being, don't act recklessly. Let me check the situation first. We should walk around here to see if we can find an entrance." While talking, he held Zwishur's small and soft hand, gingerly moving above the sea and avoiding the colorful smokes. Moving around the sea, he found that it was enormous. After 1 hour, he hadn't gotten out of the sea's area yet. He couldn't find any entrance. Sure, Yin felt his hands were tied. Thinking strenuously for a while, he found that he had no solution. Eventually, he made up his mind. He would need help from the ring spirit of the blood vein ring. He needed to know if it knew anything about this poisonous sea. He contacted the ring spirit immediately, telling it the situation in the hope of receiving some guidance. Ah! The ring spirit sent him a frightened soul message. Why did it appear here? Why does it still exist? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.